Well, rest squahalt an restilu plumnetitiwit squilit squest chenesalish and skulsem and kulam temp knehu. Good morning and good day. My name is Casey Lozar, and I'm the director of the Center for Indian Country Development here at the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. I'm also a member of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes from the Flathead Indian Reservation in Western Montana, and I'm so thrilled that you all are joining us for the 2026 Center for Indian Country Development Data Summit. This is our sixth annual Data Summit, and if you've been with us every year, you know that conversations about economic data in Indian country have really evolved even in this short period of time. And that's for a number of reasons, because so many relatives across Indian country who are finding innovative ways to use data and doing the hard work of safeguarding tribal data in a rapidly changing world. And today, you're going to hear some amazing ways in which Indian country is meeting the moment. Now, it's my profound honor to introduce one of the leading practitioners in this work to help us kick off our sixth annual Data Summit. Lakota Vogel serves as on the board of directors for the Minneapolis Fed, where she gives voice to important perspectives, economic perspective, cultural perspectives, as part of the bank's oversight committee. She's also the executive director of the Four Bands Community Fund, which is a native CDFI serving the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation and other parts of Indian country. She has collaborated on a number of research projects that have provided really important insights on tribal economies and has been a key partner on CICD's work on native CDFI best practices, as well as partnered with us on research around racial wealth gaps. Lakota, thank you so much for helping us kick off this year's Data Summit.
Thank you, Casey. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the Center for Indian Country Development's 2026 Data Summit. We have an exciting lineup of speakers on some of the most pressing topics around data protection and use in Indian country. When President Kashkari reached out and asked if I'd say a few words to open the event today, I understood it was in my role as the Minneapolis Fed board director, but actually I'd like to take this opportunity to talk practitioner to practitioner. I know I have a lot of peers out there who are listening to these conversations, and I was quickly trying to scan the list of attendees, and we're all listening for ideas on how we can put to use, some of the data conversations we're having to make those data decisions on the ground happening right now. So as Casey said, I work at a native CDFI in rural South Dakota. I care a lot about implementing evidence-based practice, but as a practitioner with a million balls in the air, I can start feeling siloed. So how do I get access to those journals that talk about the evidence-based practice that I had when I was in college, or the time to even read them, even if I did get access to those things? There are practitioners like me across Indian country who want to learn what the larger field is up to, and we want to contribute to the advancement of that field, but that takes research, and we're all in an important part of that. I've worked with the Minneapolis Fed and CICD on a number of studies for a number of times now. And these experiences have shown me that it takes all of us at the table to advance data in Indian country. That's actually the only way to have research that's driven by our communities and our priorities. Even small nonprofits like Four Bands bring critical insights from the ground that researchers need. We bring proximity and personal connections to the communities we're serving, and that goes into the surveys, and it helps get them designed appropriately and completed. At the same time, those of us working on the ground every day need the research provided by centers like CICD. They help us understand, they understand best how to respectfully partner with Native communities. They help us be deliberate about evidence-based practice. So when a researcher looks into something, they ask really specific questions, sometimes annoyingly specific. So they can be precise in their definitions and survey questions, I understand, but once you're asked about your practices as a practitioner by a researcher, it makes you get really intentional about it. But it challenges us in a good way, making sure our programming back out to the people and to the community is as purposeful and replicable as it can be. A lot of times, we already know what works and what doesn't. We've seen it, done it a million times, but the reality is we need that credible research to validate our practices. I've seen this up close in the native CDFI space. Because the Fed is independent and so trusted, when they publish articles, it gives legitimacy to our industry and markets. This happened with character-based lending practices, which we'd been using in the field in the native CDFI space for years, but we really didn't get the attention of the broader finance industry until CICD started doing the studies. To be honest, it's a little frustrating as a practitioner who's been saying something works for years, and then as soon as CICD publishes an article on it, everyone's like, oh, interesting, what's this? But this is what it takes to scale innovation. A few years back, Forbans started a study around practices to mitigate credit risk within Native communities. OISTA, a national intermediary, learned of what we were doing and thought the study could be relevant to the broader industry. And that's the exciting part. I'm just a small nonprofit with 13 staff in rural South Dakota, but we're doing something interesting, and it was picked up by a credible research institution and then shared with industry as a whole. In this way, we're partners in building the field together. Another great example of this is the Survey of Native Nations, where tribal governments and CICD are working together to literally create new knowledge about public finance practices in Indian country. It's happening because tribal leaders and researchers are collaborating, each bringing critical knowledge to the table. So it's going to take us all, from different vantage points we each bring, to continue building out the economic data we need to develop the systems and protections to safeguard the data for future generations. So when I think about this work, the image that comes to mind is basket weaving or sweetgrass braiding. Different strands are woven together to make something stronger. So weaving a basket or braiding sweetgrass takes time and care, and the power is in how it all comes together. That's exactly why we're seeing so much innovation around economic data in Indian country. It's because so many of us from so many different fields and roles are weaving our knowledge to partner in new and exciting ways. So thank you for joining us today, and thank you to each of the guests for sharing your time and perspectives. I'm excited for today's conversations.
Thank you for getting us kicked off in a good way, and for your perspectives. I think perspectives from practitioners are particularly important in how we sort of move the needle in Indian country. We're just fortunate here at CICD and at the Minneapolis Fed to have you as a partner and a colleague, and of course as a member of our board of directors. Before we launch into our conversations, I just wanted to take a moment to touch on what we mean by the theme of this year's event, which is sovereignty in numbers. So it's really fitting that Lakota noted how specific or annoying we could be about our definitions as researchers. You know, when our team deliberated potential themes, you wouldn't be surprised to hear that we considered exactly what the phrase sovereignty in numbers means to us. And it could mean a couple of different things. So quite literally, it could mean sovereignty over our numbers, meaning the ways that tribes govern and safeguard our tribal data. But it also could refer to something much broader: how data contribute to tribes' exercise of their inherent sovereignty, now broadly speaking. And what we landed on was that we mean both of these things, right? So they are interconnected. Sovereign decision-making in the modern era requires data, and that data must be governed by tribes. Now, these issues are playing out in all facets of tribal governance. And today we're going to explore a variety of these from a number of different angles. So Lakota's metaphor of basket weaving or braiding sweetgrass is really, really spot on. You know, on the surface, our panels will cover distinctive topics like taxation and land acquisition and community financing, AI. But we know that our success in each of these areas is woven together. It's woven together by our tribal values. It's woven together by our sovereign decision-making and by our access to high-quality data and the governance of that data. You know, in my culture, in Salish, we see these interconnections, relationships between land and animals, between our ancestors and our future generations, between our cultural values and our economic decisions. And in a time of rapid change, decisions about data affect a wide swath of tribal governance. There are lessons to be shared, and decisions in one area impact the data opportunities and risks in the other. And Lakota mentioned the Survey of Native Nations, and I think that's a powerful example of this, right? Participating tribes are not only building their own access to high quality public finance data, they're advancing data analysis that benefits all of Indian country by helping us shine a light on the contributions and the financial realities of tribal governments. Our conversations today invite us to really consider that weaving, that interconnectedness of data decisions here in Indian country. So all across Indian country, across different fields and industries and academia, from the past to the future, the decisions we're collectively making with and about data are truly braided together. Now, to help us ground our discussions in a good way this morning and throughout the course of today's Data Summit, it is my pleasure now to welcome Maria Morin McCoy to provide our opening invocation and the Imenizaska Drum Group of Minnesota to perform our opening drum song. Maria lives and works in St. Paul, where her work supports collective healing from the imprint of historical and intergenerational trauma. She's a member of the Bear Clan of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa. And Imenizaska is an intertribal drum group made up of singers from tribes across Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wisconsin. And they are dedicated to preserving and sharing Indigenous drumming and singing traditions through education, community engagement, and public performances. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Maria for our opening invocation.
Bonjour, good morning, and a warm welcome to all of you. My English name is Maria Morin McCoy. My Anishinaabe name is Mushkene Wase Benesi Kwe Indigo. I'm from the Bear Clan, Mikinak, Indodem, and my family comes from the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa, Mikinak, Wajuwing, and Dunjaba. It's an honor to be here today to offer this prayer and to honor the gathering of all of our Indigenous sovereign nations as we come together today to put our hearts and minds together to bring an outcome that will serve the next 7 generations to come. And as we begin this prayer today, this invocation, offering this asema to the 4 sacred cardinal points of the universe, Wabanoanung, Jawanoanung, Ningabianung, and Giwadananung, offering this asema also to Ishbaming, the sky world, the creator, the spirits and our ancestors that are here with us today to guide us in good decision making. And also opening up this prayer and giving this offering to Akimama, our Mother Earth, and Nibi, our water. Without Mother Earth and our water and our air, we have no life. And to consider the beautiful, generous gifts that Mother Earth's body has given us to live a full life of thriving on her body, and to ensure that those beautiful gifts that she gives us each moment through the seasons, that we are ensuring too that our resources, our natural resources, will be protected for the next 7 generations to come. So let us put our hearts and minds together in prayer and sending this asema, this tobacco leads out with our thoughts and prayers, taking it all around the earth and all around the sky world, and asking for that divine help and wisdom to come through us today to make good decisions, that everyone in our communities has an equal place at the table when we have our feasts, and that we all eat from the same bowl, that there's enough for everyone to feel the nourishment and the prosperity of that partaking of that spirit dish. I wish you all the best today in your gathering, and that you call upon the ancestors that have guided you and filled you with wisdom through your own DNA to bring that forward today as you come in conference together and kinship to make this a really beautiful conference. Aho, miigwech.
Wonderful. Thank you, Maria and Iminizaska, for opening today's discussion in our summit in such a good way and anchoring us to what really matters. Lam Specia. At this time, I have the distinct honor of welcoming Dr. Tracy Morris to join me in a fireside chat focused on digital sovereignty and the future of tribal economies. Dr. Morris is a preeminent scholar in tribal digital sovereignty and is the executive director of the American Indian Policy Institute at Arizona State University. Her recent scholarship has focused on data governance and artificial intelligence in Indian country as a critical component to tribal self-determination. And if you've been on the conference circuit in Indian country recently, you probably have noticed this explosion of panels in regional or national conferences that are really focused on the digital space and AI. And Dr. Morris has been one of the most sought after speakers on those panels. So she's also recently co-authored a paper through Brookings that explores how we define digital sovereignty for tribal nations in the AI age, and importantly, how to avoid the next digital divide. So I'd like to just start our chat by grounding us in what we mean by digital sovereignty and this kind of unique point in time that we're at. Tracy, with the conversations that you've recently been a part of and the work that you're doing at the American Indian Policy Institute, how do you define tribal digital sovereignty, and maybe describe the moment that we're in?
Well, Chukma, Hachi Chokmata, Saholcha Foat Alichi, Tracy Morris, Chikasha Seya. So thank you. Thank you for having me. Excited to be here. I've been at a bunch of them. I don't think all of them, but probably most of them. So I'm always good to be here. And you're right, the conference circus has been kind of crazy. This is my 7th one this year. I've got 2 more in October. No more. It's exhausting, but
We're
it's
not
the
even
moment.
through June yet, Tracy.
I know. But I've got articles due, and it's I'm sure there'll be more, and it's just a testament to the moment. So there's really a culmination happening and such. So, I've been in this space for this sort of broader, what we call digital sovereignty space for a long time now. But I started in broadband and telecommunications and such, and been at that about 17 years or so now. And, we needed a way to talk about, I'm going to start with the story first, because I think it makes more sense to talk about what tribal digital sovereignty is when you talk about the story. We needed this way to talk about all these sort of facets of what digital sovereignty is. We needed to talk about the data. We needed to talk about the infrastructure. We needed to talk about digital equity, so many different facets of it. But so I'd go to a talk and be like, okay, today I'm talking about this, today I'm talking about that. What's the seed that brings it all together? So simultaneously, in the last 3 or 4 years while that was happening, I was working on a series of articles on the digital divide. And I was going to publish a book on it. I worked for quite a while doing some research, trying to, obviously there was nothing published in it, but I wanted to look at how other folks in the world were talking about the digital divide, because it's not unique to us in the United States or to tribes or to other communities in the United States. It's all over the world. And there's a number of different folks facing it. So I started looking at literature, and I'm doing my lit review, I'm doing my reading, I'm prepping to write this book on the digital divide, and trying to figure out how to bring it all together under one umbrella. And what I start seeing is this concept called digital sovereignty. And digital sovereignty is a thing, and it's a well-researched thing, especially in terms of Europe with the GDPR. I mean, we wouldn't have any data protections at all on our phone, likely, or any of our digital spaces if it wasn't Europe protecting against our incursion as the United States in a lot of ways. And certainly we've also heard about digital sovereignty where it's locked down, like China or Russia or some places in the global South. You start thinking about that, and all of a sudden I'm reading all this and I'm like, yeah, this is it. Yeah. And then I went, wait, we're tribes. We already have sovereignty. And I started, and we have this ability to govern ourselves in the same way that other countries are doing. And it just was like a light bulb. And it was it was so exciting to me because I thought, number one, I was really sick of talking about digital divide. It's a deficit model. We don't need to be talking about it from a deficit model anymore. We need to stop talking in that way. I really feel strongly in any research we do that we talk about it from a proactive stance in Indian country and not this victim space. And so I started seeing, oh, this is the opposite side of that coin of digital sovereignty. It's the side of the coin where we're proactive and we're taking active space in it. And it's also digital sovereignty is in and of itself just governance over a nation state's digital presence. Interestingly enough, like a week ago, and I was talking about this last week at the Sovereignty Symposium, about a week ago, the United States, for the first time ever, actually exerted digital sovereignty over Anthropic. We have, as the United States, we have never exercised digital sovereignty over any software or web presence. And so that was very interesting. And I started seeing discussions online about the United States exerting digital sovereignty. I'm like, oh, that's really weird. I never thought I'd see that part. So in essence, as I started writing these articles, it became something else. It became a series of articles that was published in February in the Journal of Community Informatics. But digital sovereignty is a broad umbrella term, and it's simply the exercise of self-determination and governance over a nation's digital presence. It's that extension of tribal self-governance into digital spaces. So just as sovereignty is already exercised in healthcare, education, economic development, it's not new. It's the same inherent authority. It's just reaching digital spaces. So this really, drilling down, it's really how an individual tribe governs its own data, its digital network, its spectrum, its airwaves, its infrastructure, all of that. And they all talk to each other, controlling how they're collected, stored, managed, shared, and ways that support the self-determination and protect community interests. It's a whole ecosystem way of talking about what's going on. So, it's interesting because I mean, when you start in a field, you don't think about where you're going to end up. You just follow. When you're a researcher, you follow the leads and the threads, and you figure out, and you try not to pull on the wrong ones or too many, because it will lead you down a path you'll never finish. But I think about it now, and 15 years ago, we were fighting to have our own networks and to be on the network. And today, we're asserting the right to government. So it's really from access to authority. And it's this interesting arc and continuum that I get to see happen that never occurred to me back in the day. So it's really that ecosystem we're talking about. And it gives us a way to talk comprehensively about all the different facets in digital sovereignty, from data sovereignty to infrastructure, you name it. And I think that gives us, I think it's a field. Honestly, I do think it is a developing field that we'll be talking about in years to come in the United States as a field of digital sovereignty, or whatever they end up calling it, but it will be this ecosystem.
That's wonderful. Tracy, one thing you mentioned, or that story you spoke of, is a story of like continuing to sort of evolve your thinking about the space and putting phrases and concepts together in a field that is literally ever changing, right? And I think that's going to be a theme, certainly of our conversation, but it'll be a theme, I think, of course, over the data summit, because it is constantly gelling. One of the things that jumped out at me with regard to the American Indian Policy Institute and TDS, Tribal Digital Sovereignty, is this work that you published last year or last fall, on a guidebook for tribal digital sovereignty, and you lined out like 5 different values that really stem from conversations with practitioners, and I think all the values they're really powerful guideposts. But there was one in particular that really just really jumps out at me, and I think it's important for sort of this very broad audience that we have today. We have tribal leaders, we have policymakers, we have practitioners, folks from in and outside of Indian country. But this one value is data is kin. Data is kin. Can you tell us what do you mean by that, and why is this understanding so important to the future of tribal digital sovereignty?
I'm going to do another story because all these things come out in a story. So last fall, I was still finalizing the articles for publication, but we wanted to get out something practical. And at the same time, I was talking with my colleagues, we're in the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, and we wanted to host, so the director of the Indian Legal Program said, hey, there's a lot going on these days with AI, and nobody's really said anything about it. So this was like last June or July, actually, and nobody's really done anything. Why don't we just host a listening session or like a one-day event and see who shows up and see if it's interesting. And so we were like, yeah, okay, let's do that. So last Friday in September, we hosted we planned it quickly because we started in like June, and by September we were hosting this conference just to see what the lay of the land was. So we called it the AI in Indian Country Workshop, and you know what? We had 200 people show up for a one-day conference. It was 6 hours live, and we were like, oh, this is a thing. Because we just didn't know. Nobody had hosted anything on AI at the time, and we wanted to see what was going on. And we were writing the digital sovereignty guidebook and such. So we listened and took a lot of notes, and we wanted to see what the themes were that arose from all the presentations and the keynotes and such, so that we could get some original work that at least represented those 200 people in Indian country and what was going on. And so what happened was 5 values emerged, because what we ended up talking about at this conference were the values. How do we deal with AI? How do we deal with digital sovereignty? It's our values that guide us, right? But one person said it, and I'm going to give full credit here. She was one of the panelists on one of our early panels that day, and her name's Mary Holbuda. She's the data steward for the Chickasaw Nation. Mm-hmm. And on this panel, she said, we guide by our values. And you know what? Data is kin. And you could have heard a pin drop in this big hall in the law school, because everybody went, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. It was just that real. It was, and I still get chills when I tell this story, because it really was a thing and such. And so that was one of the 5 values that came up as themes. So when we talk about data as kin, data tells our collective story, links our past, our present, our future. And it's got to be governed by the community it belongs to and not extracted by external interests. So if we're talking about data as kin, it changes the way it changes us from compliance to duty of care. It's a sovereign obligation and such. And so that was the primary one that arose. But there were 4 others that came up. Steward and govern the digital world as we do the land. So establishing governance frameworks for digital infrastructure and data, so community-centric principles guide every decision. The third one, innovation and tradition in balance. I think we're getting good at that one. That kind of ebbs and flows, but I think we're getting pretty good at that in Indian country. So innovation needs to be guided by culture, traditions, sacred knowledge, advancing the future, but honoring the past. The fourth one was community-centric digital futures. And I've seen this theme arise through all my research for the last 15, 17 years, that community-centric, tribal-centric values, shaping and leading digital development, reflecting our values, our priorities, our collective well-being. We all, I think, know that tribal-centric ways of doing things work well in our communities because they're from the community, from the ground up. And so that's not surprising to me that came up. Like I said, I've seen that in all my research. And finally, digital resilience across nations, strong infrastructure, secure data systems, skilled people, so communities can withstand disruption, preserve sovereignty, and grow on their own terms. So when I'm thinking about it in this term, governance is not just good intentions. And when we're talking about, data is kin, I mean, obviously this room has talked a lot and early about, fair and care. But what I talk about and what we talk about it in AIPI and what we're starting to see emerge is that these values are not just, shouldn't just be good intentions. They should be codified into law, incorporated into tribal ordinances, vendor contracts, land use agreements, and business entity structures. So, basically you don't sell your own stories, your relative stories for somebody else's profit. If
right.
Data is kin, and then data governance is a duty of care, a sovereign obligation, not an IT preference.
Yeah. That's wonderful. I'm glad you laid out the other four principles or values, because they certainly, as I mentioned earlier, everything is interconnected.
Yep.
But for me, I too get goosebumps just hearing the phrase, the concept, data is kin.
Yeah.
And when I'm thinking about the moment and thinking about how tribes are working to implement tribal digital sovereignty, data is kin is so accessible, right? It's
Yes.
so foundational, and it literally opens the door to these important and complex conversations that need to happen within our tribal government. So I do want to transition a little over to sort of the implementation of tribal digital sovereignty. And we know governments, we know businesses. You've mentioned a few examples. Institutions are, we're all experiencing an ever-changing sort of environment of digital practices as technology really changes really quickly. But what is unique, in my opinion, here is that there aren't those sort of concrete jurisdictional or economic advantages that are sort of already given to key industry participants. They're not set in stone, primarily because there's this ever-changing digital environment. So this is a good thing for Indian countries. So what kind of specific guidance might you have for tribal leaders who are wanting to really implement the sort of the structures and the codification of tribal digital sovereignty? And how important is the timing right now for that?
So I'm going to start with the timing first, because I think that it's really important to say that, when I was starting this work in broadband and digital infrastructure, what would become digital infrastructure 17 years ago, we were insisting on having a seat at the table at the time in the development of essentially a new utility, right? I mean, nobody calls it that, but it is. It's a utility. Right. It underpins everything, just as electric or water or any of those things. And so we were kind of behind the eight ball, but not completely. At least it was, we were sort of in the timing. We were able to say, hey, wait, we weren't in the Telecom Act of 94. Why weren't we in that? Why are we not in these spaces and such? But this time around, there's been a lot of comparisons at several of our conferences to that time period when we transitioned to internet. But it's different now what's happening. It's so much bigger because of the commodification of data and that sort of thing that we need to be. But the thing that's interesting is we're not behind the eight ball now. Everybody's in the same boat right now. Cities, towns, counties, nation, the world. We all trying to figure out how to deal with this world and how to govern this space. Whether the US government says they're not going to govern the digital space or AI, they still are by executive action, which is the way they lead in this space. States, I think it's more than 36 states have pending legislation on AI governance. But we're also talking about governance of just the internet. I mean, look at, now, is it England or is it Europe? I can't remember which one. It just happened. They have Facebook or social media protections for kids. Australia has that. That's digital governance. That's governance right there. And we're talking about it in terms of AI that's happening with Anthropic and putting some guardrails around that somehow, even though we're not calling it that. But it's what's happening, and it needs to happen, and we know that. So when we think about it on the tribal level, we're a great microcosm, and cities, towns, and counties can learn from what we do. I truly believe. I think the models that we're talking about, that I'll talk about here in just a sec, would be applicable in a lot of different spaces and such. But one of the articles in our curated set of journal articles was written by Stacey Leeds, who's the former dean of the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, and now the incoming, As of the first, she will be the president of the University of Tulsa, but still a colleague and friend and such. But she wrote one of the articles for our curated collection, and she just nailed it. And so I'm going to talk about what she calls the 4 buckets. So basically, it's a balanced interlocking system. This is really practical nuts and bolts. And we can send the article. But bucket 1, codes and regulations. Assert digital jurisdiction. Define triggers like age, data, digital commerce, things like that. Start with civil and regulatory authority over health and financial data, because that's the easiest to defend and the most misused. So it'll have high impact. Bucket 2, contracts and agreements. This isn't rocket science. Every vendor asserts or surrenders sovereignty. All own all data, raw, processed, unaggregated, derivative, surgical, limited immunity waivers. Watch that stuff. Data return. Never rent back your own data. This is not legislation. Again, these are functional things that happen. You don't need legislation. You don't need it's good to have some codes, but contracts is where the buck is going to stop on so much of this. And then other things like easements and infrastructure. That's bucket 3. Easements convey a right to place and maintain infrastructure, keeping full regulatory jurisdiction, including data that goes through it. Spectrum is a battlefield that's happening right now, actually. Assert it. Use that resource if there's a way to get a hold of it and such. If you've got the 2.5 and you need to build, because that's happening right now. That came from 2020. But there's other opportunities coming in this. And then bucket 4, business entity registration, right? Require entities doing business in your territory to register. Make them subject to tribal law and governance of data, taxation, compliance, not just buildings. So, and then keep it all balanced. If codes mean little, if contracts, waive it. Contracts without fail without jurisdiction to enforce. Registration without legal groundings, just paperwork. So these are really simple nuts and bolts ways that go beyond the principles. They implement it and such. And then there's some things that tribal leaders can watch out for, like alarm bells, like choice of law clauses, removing tribal court jurisdiction, derivative data language, letting vendors keep rights to models and insights built from tribal data after termination, and things like that. Also, economic extraction structure. If the benefits flow off the reservation, leakage. Remember that term, y'all are economic development people. Good old leakage. It's the same thing. It's the same thing here. Keep the benefits flowing on reservation. Lock those vendors, and make them adhere to your rules. And then finally, another red flag would be artificial urgency. That limited window, it's going to go away thing. That's a selling tactic, people. We saw this with broadband infrastructure. We see it with energy. It's the same thing as we're looking at these new things like AI and such. So speed's a tactic, and regulatory silence signals concession, not neutrality. So who fills that gap when a nation has no framework? The vendor does. Without proactive values and governance, natives default to state. I mean, it just goes on and on. So look, I mean, I've got plenty more to hear if you want to spend more time. But the one thing to think about is, look, we did it with gaming, but we did it after the fact. It's not really that different and we can use those models as models for protecting our data and our digital space as well. Yeah. So.
No, I do want to note for our audience that when we do our sort of post-event article and put the recording on the webpage, I want to make sure that we also include the article that you just mentioned, the proactive solutions in implementing tribal digital sovereignty.
That's the one.
Sort of lays out sort of what you just shared. I think it's so practical. All right. The knowledge, but there's a couple things I wanted to pull out of that as we kind of round out our conversation, and that is, there are these 4 buckets and they are interconnected, right? So like you can't look at each one of those in silos or in isolation. So it's really important that you're looking holistically from a tribal perspective on like each one of these buckets and how to prepare your community and your government for implementation. And then the other thing I wanted to call out is each of these buckets include on the backside some very specific people, right? So codes, tribal leader, like elected tribal leaders, tribal lawyers, practitioners that are doing the work, procurement offices, of certainly sort of the more technical side of sort of the digital space. So having those technical digital skills. So there's these different people that need to be at the table to really set.
Yeah, it's not an
up.
IT director. That's not how
It's
this
not.
rolls.
That's exactly right. So it is this collective, and that's kind of where I want to maybe wrap up our conversation is around sort of human capital, right? So the building of tribal digital sovereignty and strengthening it over time requires just an incredible amount of capital, human capital, and technical skills and practical policy skills. So I'm just curious, from your vantage point, what are some of the types of things that Indian countries should be thinking about with regard to sort of upskilling and training the current and the next generation of the labor force to ensure that tribes don't get left behind in this sort of new chapter in the digital era?
Now, there's a huge opportunity here. And one more thing on codifying those values into law. Don't leave them to a leader's priorities because our leadership changes. We've got a lot of leadership change happening this year too. You've got to put the community values into ordinances, contracts, land use agreements, and take care that it can be survive, transition to different leadership, because you don't want to have to reinvent the wheel when you get a new leader in. We've all seen that. But there are some really good there's some really good opportunities in terms of upskilling that I don't think folks are thinking about right now. Because really, you're right, it's ultimately a people problem. But gaming, again, has proved that we can do this, but we don't need to do it in 2 decades. We need to do it a little quicker now.
Right.
So part of that is we need to build roles inside tribal government. We need data governance officers, cybersecurity specialists, AI ethics reviewers or data stewards, as my tribe calls it, Chickasaw Nation, digital rights advocates, and then ground that in tribal law, culture, and such, and paid competitively so they stay. We definitely need to be thinking about that. But we also have tools we can already use, like ISDEA, workforce development, we really want to be able to have be upskilling to it, so redefine potentially, Stacy Leeds always says, redefine covered work to include remote and digital services. So we can do that. Touching tribal data regardless of where the worker sits or lives, requiring knowledge transfer, or what we call at AIPI, sustainability, making sure you've got a plan that transitions when people move on or move up, training staff to lead the systems, not the help desk, and such, but also, really thinking about, extending that to, workforce development. So, training up, we need our own cloud architects, we need our own digital stewards, we need our own AI ethicists. Think about tribal colleges aligning curriculum to sovereignty goals and tech internships, certificates. Everybody, certificates and badging is everything right now. We see that even at the university. Strategic procurement, Buy Indian Act, grow native tech firms, and such. All of those things, and then teaching competency to your community. How can you ask them to pass resolutions or pass these things if they don't even understand? A lot of people don't understand, and that's not judgment. It is a complex set of systems we're talking about right now. So if you don't have confidence or some mastery for your leadership, what do you think your population is doing? And they're going to go where, and guess what? They're going to look at the stuff online and go, oh, everything's bad, lock it down.
Right.
We need to govern it. We need to govern it and put those spaces in place, whether you want to be in this space or not. Either side requires governance, but you still need to be building the upskilling, the pipelines, the partnerships, and the self-sufficiency in your community.
I love that. Well, to wrap up our discussion today, I'm going to put you on the spot to finish my sentence here. Finish this sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Getting tribal data sovereignty right is as important as what?
Protecting our land. Because in the digital age, data is our territory. It carries our people, our languages, our future generation. You know, we got to be thinking about it that way.
I love that. I love that. Well, Dr. Morris, thank you so much for joining us today. Those of you online, please give your best to Dr. Morris as she continues to sort of lead us in this space. So lemnumps, Tracy, for sharing your time and your talent with us.
Thanks for having me.
Wonderful. And now we'll transition to my colleague, Ava LaPlante, a data scientist here at the Center for Indian Country Development, to share a little bit more of some of the work that she's doing with regard to tribally owned enterprises.
Thank you, Casey. I'm Ava LaPlante. I'm an associate data scientist here at the Center for Indian Country at the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. I'm descended from Santo Domingo Pueblo, and I'm so excited to be here with you guys to talk about tribally owned businesses and talk about how our research here at the Center for Indian Country Development helps address data gaps in Native business ownership. I'm first going to start with a disclaimer that the views expressed here are my own and not necessarily those of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis or the Federal Reserve System. So I'm going to start by taking a little step back by giving a brief overview of tribally owned businesses. So tribally owned businesses are businesses that are owned and operated by tribes. So tribes have a unique legal status that opens funding and business development opportunities. Like they can compete for federal contracts through programs like the Small Business Administration's 8A program. And these businesses really help strengthen tribal economies. So they can increase the number of employers on reservations, attract consumers to different businesses on reservations, and then establish services in areas near tribal members. So tribally owned businesses really help fill gaps in tribal funding. So tribes have limited access to taxation than state, county, and local governments. However, like state, county, and local governments, they provide services to tribal members and other residents on reservations. So they'll provide services like infrastructure, so think paving roads and wastewater services, public safety, so think police and firefighters, education, schools, Head Start programs, and more. And these are very important services, but if you look at the graph on the right, the left bar on this graph shows respondents from phase 2 of Survey of Native Nations, how they get different revenue. And you can see the dark teal is tax revenues. And so for local governments and state governments, which are on the right side of this graph, that's about 40%. But it's like 2%, 3% for tribes. That's not a lot of money that they're getting. However, that nice butter yellow color shows the transfers from tribal business enterprises. And so these tribally owned businesses can really help fill this gap and help provide important services to tribal residents. So now we'll talk a bit about what kind of businesses that tribes run. So if you go to a random person on the street and ask, what kind of businesses do tribes own? They're going to say casinos. And that is a very big piece of tribally owned businesses, but that's just a small part. There's a health center here in Minnesota that is in a more rural area, and it provides healthcare to people who are both tribal members and non-members, just community members in the area. And this health center actually turns a profit from providing healthcare to people living in the area. There's also radio stations. And so in more rural areas, tribal radios can provide very important information on like weather and other stuff that these tribal members really rely on. And a tribally owned business could be housing development. So building houses on reservation, off reservation. On reservation can really help increase the number of housing units on tribes in tribal land. But if they build it off of tribal land, maybe they could rent it out and provide a sustaining source of revenue. And so now I'll talk a bit about what our data set here at the Center for Indian Country Development. So we have the Native Entity Enterprises Dataset, or the NEED. This is a list of tribally owned businesses that were assembled in-house here at the Center for Indian Country Development. So this includes enterprises that are owned by lower 48 federally recognized tribes. So we found 4,096 businesses that were open in 2021 that were owned by 330 tribes. We compiled this list from mid-2021 through mid-2023. And this really, as far as we know, is the first comprehensive look at tribally owned businesses. Previous lists focused on very specific types of businesses, like those that participated in federal contracting or those who participated in gaming, but ours is more inclusive. This is a snapshot of data. It includes every findable tribally owned business from mid-2021 to mid-2023. And so my example usually is, if there's a gas station that doesn't have a web presence that is owned by a tribe, we're not generally going to be able to find it. It is kind of hard to find gas stations online, but a lot of tribally owned, or a lot of tribe websites will list out gas stations. And so we're pretty confident that we have a large amount of them, but there might be something that's missing, but this is pretty comprehensive. And now we're going to get into the most exciting part, our analyses. So if you look at this graph on the left side of the slide, it shows the number of tribally owned establishments and what sectors they're in compared to the number of all establishments in the US and what different sectors they're in. And so the largest two tribally owned establishment sectors are leisure and hospitality and education and health services. So leisure and hospitality does include casinos, and it also includes like restaurants and hotels without a casino. And education and health services includes the health center I was talking about earlier, schools, tribal colleges, tribal head starts, and so this really underscores how tribally owned businesses help provide services for tribal members and other community members. If we look at all establishments, we see that their largest two sectors are professional business services and trade, transportation, and utilities. So professional and business services, think like accounting firms or lawyer services. Trade, transportation, utilities, think gas station or a grocery store. So these are also bigger sectors for tribally owned businesses, but they're third and fourth. And now we get to look a bit closer at tribes' business holdings. And so if we look at this graph on the left pie chart is the share of tribes in our data set of tribally owned businesses, the NEED. What share of tribes are in 4 different categories: tribes with both gaming and federal contracting, tribes with gaming and no federal contracting, tribes with federal contracting and no gaming, and then tribes in neither gaming nor federal contracting. So we can see that less than half of tribes are in both gaming and federal contracting. But if we compare this to the pie chart on the right, which shows the share of businesses that are in our data set, we can see that these tribes own 75% of tribally owned businesses. And if we look on the left again, we'll see the gray color has tribes with neither gaming nor federal contracting. Now they own a pretty big chunk of tribally owned, or they make up a pretty big chunk of tribes in our data set, but they own a very small amount of tribally owned businesses in our data set. And so while federal contracting and gaming are very large revenue streams, we find that the majority of tribally owned businesses, or about 68%, are in neither industry. And so now we get to look at those 4 categories, but a little bit more in detail. So this is something like, this is a very exciting graph to me. I hope that you guys love it too, but it's a little bit confusing, so I'll explain it right up front. So we are looking at the median concentration index. And so the closer that a tribe would be to 0, the less concentrated their business portfolio is. And so if a tribe is at 0, that means their business portfolio is spread out through like hundreds of different industries. However, the closer that a tribe is to 1, the more concentrated that their portfolio is. So maybe they're in one industry. And so we totally exclude gaming and federal contracting so that we can look at business portfolios, their diversification, without looking at these large revenue streams. So even though we're leaving out federal contracting and gaming, we can see that tribes with both gaming and federal contracting businesses have the most diversified portfolios, or the least concentrated, out of all the other 4 groups. And tribes with neither gaming nor federal contracting have the most concentrated or least diversified portfolios out of all the other groups. So this lines up with tribes in both industries own most of the businesses, and most businesses are in neither of these industries. Diversification is really important because when there's economic shocks like the COVID-19 pandemic, that really took a toll on gaming. But because their tribes would be in other businesses, that would help them ride out that period of economic turmoil in gaming. And now, this is very exciting because this is new, never seen before analyses. So keep an eye out for an article that is featuring this graph and then the next graph, which will be out soon. So this graph shows the percent of tribally owned businesses that are on tribal land based on each state. And so there are a few states that are just totally white. That's because there isn't any federally designated tribal land in those states. And we can generally see that the states that have more tribal land in them have more tribally owned businesses on tribal land, but overall we find that 68% of tribal businesses are on tribally owned land. And so here we're looking at the percent of tribally owned businesses that are on tribal land and off tribal lands, and if they're in rural, urban cluster, or urban area. So urban clusters, that population would be 2,500 to 50,000, and then urban areas, so this is where the tribally owned businesses are located. So if a tribally owned business is on tribal land, is it going to be in a rural area, an urban cluster area, or an urban area? And so we find that most tribally owned businesses that are on tribal lands are in rural areas, and then most tribally owned businesses that are off of tribal lands are in urban areas. And we found overall that 60% of tribal businesses are in rural areas. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I hope that my presentation really helped you learn more about tribally owned businesses and their impact on the overall US economy. Please visit our website to read more in our articles about tribally owned businesses. I believe Misha dropped these links in the chat, and keep an eye out for our upcoming article featuring the last 2 graphs from this presentation. Follow us on LinkedIn and sign up for our email updates. I've been Ava Plant. Please email me and ask any questions you might have. And I'm very excited to pass it over to Vanessa Palmer to talk about AI.
Thanks, Ava. I'm Vanessa Palmer, and I have the distinct pleasure of serving as the Division Data Director here at the Center for Indian Country Development and as the moderator for the first of 3 fantastic panels today. I'll be with you for artificial intelligence on Indigenous terms, considerations for Indian country. Now, our goal in this conversation isn't to discourage or to promote the use of AI technologies by and in Native communities. This panel isn't aiming to prescribe a path forward, and the views expressed here are those of the speakers and not the Fed. Instead, the goal during this hour together is to be a space for dialogue, exploring AI considerations specific to Indian country, with the aim of offering practical thinking and approaches for engaging with AI decision-making in ways that support both Indigenous sovereignty and economic development. Experts with decades of deep expertise in differing roles will share views from their perspectives and will explore for shared themes while balancing acknowledgement that there's no one-size-fits-all model. During the last portion of the panel, we invite members of the audience joining us today to submit questions using the Q&A function. We look forward to engaging with you all. I'd like to start by introducing our 3 distinguished guests. Michael Running Wolf, Lakota and Cheyenne, was raised in a village in Montana with intermittent water and electricity. So naturally, Michael has a master's in computer science, was an engineer for Amazon's Alexa, as well as vice president of software at an agentic AI startup. He's taught at Northeastern University and is co-founder and lead architect of First Languages AI Reality, FLAIR. Michael is using AI to reclaim Indigenous languages and is passionate about the ethical application of AI, respecting Indigenous data sovereignty. Next, Michelle Bodine Benesikwe is currently the elected Secretary-Treasurer for the Lakota Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. She served in this role for 4 years, but she has devoted a total of 45 years of professional service to her tribe, advancing through multiple leadership and administrative roles, including 28 years in accounting, 12 years in health administration, finance, and information technology, and 3 years as a tribal council member on the governing board. During this time, she also earned a degree in business management. Secretary-Treasurer Bodine brings extensive experience in healthcare and financial systems, and her service extends to numerous local, regional, and national boards and committees. And finally, Eric Ramos serves as Senior Vice President at Alliant Insurance Services Tribal First, a division focused on meeting the insurance and risk management needs of tribal governments and enterprises. Eric has more than 20 years in the insurance industry, specializing in serving Native American clients, particularly tribal governments, with an emphasis on building economic enterprises that improve the lives of tribal citizens. Eric's expertise extends to mitigating a range of business risks and exposures unique to tribal entities. Eric has held various leadership roles in his career, including as president and CEO of an insurance firm and as national tribal property casualty practice leader, at one of the world's largest insurance brokerage and consulting firms. An enrolled member of the Blue Lake Rancheria tribe, Eric is also actively involved with several Native American industry-related associations. It's truly an honor to have the three of you with us today. I did the math, and it's something approaching like a century of combined professional experience across our panel. So I've really been looking forward to our conversation. Let's kick off with our opening question, and then we'll move into more of a free-flowing discussion. AI is a hot topic across the board. We heard that from Dr. Morris and from Casey in our first section of the day. But in what ways, in your view, are AI considerations for Indian country unique? Eric, could I ask you to start us off and then transition to Secretary-Treasurer Bodine, followed by Michael?
Sure. I would start off by saying that, in Indian country, we have a very diverse set of businesses, and in those businesses, there are natural progressions of artificial intelligence as we know it today. And I'll give you just the general example would be with slot accounting systems, which, back in the 90s, the early 2000s, they were a requirement if you had a certain amount of gross gaming revenue, you had to have a slot accounting system. And those slot accounting systems then turned into customer relationship management systems. And then now they've turned into more agentic, they're turning into more agentic systems. That's the moment we're in today. And that progression was always one where there was some, this works I think in software pretty much everywhere where we're seeing AI and the agentic models. It starts off where we have some algorithm that saves people time, energy, effort, and money. That algorithm was something that you would run to get an output that would save time for a human. That's moved from just being an algorithm to being something that artificial intelligence would help you do by you could just give it a voice command, or you could set up a stored routine and it would do it. And now we're moving to this new set, which is more agentic, where you have a base model, AI model and a harness, and that harness has a set of tools. And then that agentic AI, you could really kind of think of that as the digital employee. It runs independent of the human being and can be given, authority to do things that, a regular employee would do. So, the brief kind of overview to your question there is that we could pick a particular business that the tribe's in, like lots of tribes have casinos, and then those core systems underneath, it's just a matter of time, right? You'll see this, they migrate from being something that's algorithmic for a very long time. Now in, more recent times, they've been, have had some artificial intelligence, and now they're moving to different facets of that, having agentic models that are built in.
That's a fascinating transition. Secretary Treasurer, what do you think?
Well, good morning, and thank you for inviting me to be here. And Eric, I'm got to put a shout out to your Tribal First Insurance. I mean, you guys do a wonderful job. We're a customer, and so we really appreciate all the service that you give tribes and the kudos that our team gives your team. So we appreciate that. So
thank you very much.
As far as a tribal leader, we have a lot to weigh when it comes to AI. Coming out of COVID, our eyes weren't on AI. Our eyes were in survival mode, making sure people were safe and healthy, and looking at how do we get broadband to everybody. And then, getting, one of our concerns is some communities don't have any internet whatsoever. And so exposing them to internet, and then how is that going to play in their daily lives? Like, are they going to be exposed to spams and ransomware and things like that they know possibly nothing about, especially when we're talking about our elderly. And so just the broadband piece of it was a concern for us. And then jumping into AI, and it kind of blindsided us. And so we feel like we're behind the ball on a lot of stuff. And so at the national level, we've been working on some things on data sovereignty, where Dr. Morris was just talking about, and what does that look like for tribes, and how do we retain our sovereignty on our data? So, and notoriously, tribes have been taken advantage of by big companies that our reporting goes up to the federal government, whether it's grant-based or whatever. And because of FOIA, which is Freedom of Information Act, they get to weed through all of our data to see how, and I'm not saying all companies do this, but prey on our tribes, and the disparities that we have, our capacity to vet things out properly. So it's been a big part of our history in the past. And so protecting those things as well is what we've been working on at the national level, of how do we protect tribal data, and how do we allow tribes to own their own data and have their own data, whether it's a repository in terms like that. And so we look at those pieces, and even whether it's our language or our culture, a lot of that's already out there. But, when we have our own immersion programs and curriculum and stuff, that's proprietary, and some of our other information. And so for our day-to-day uses too, it's just like, what's safe for people to use, and making sure that we have safeguards in place to limit what they're utilizing it for within our tribal government, but then allowing our economic development piece of it to be able to be expansive enough to analyze their markets that they're involved in, and what their businesses are doing, or what's coming down with inflation and tariffs, and how that's going to affect their businesses. So there's a lot going on. And at the same time, where we also put brakes on when we're looking at, are we encouraging more data centers? And if so, how is that impacting our environment? How is that impacting our tribal members in terms of, if a data center is in your state, or multiple ones in your state, is it going to drive up the cost of electricity, which we've heard over and over again? Is that going to be on the people within the state? Is it going to be affecting our water sources and our environment that way, and our fishing and gathering rights? So there's so much that we look at as a tribal government, that we kind of pull back a little bit, so that we're looking at all four directions, and everything in between. So we want to do it in a responsible way, and we know it's a tool for us to use, but we just want to make sure that we're using it responsibly, I believe. But I know it holds us back, but we want it to be, our earth to be here, and all the resources to be here for those 7 generations, so that's, it's very complex.
Yeah,
So.
Absolutely. And it makes me think of the remarks earlier that, you know, this is not decision making in a vacuum. This is not decision making by the IT director, right? It is this holistic ecosystem of considerations. And I'm wondering, Michael, from your perspective, as someone who's really deeply embedded in the AI space, how are AI considerations unique in Indian country?
I think Tracy Morris and the other, Eric and Michelle kind of are illustrating the broad spectrum of how this affects Indian country. And like what I mean by that is we have federal policy coming from the administration wanting more data centers so that we can have the AI supremacy, for lack of a better term. And because we're in a global race and a global economic innovation race, and we need to scale our infrastructure. And that infrastructure is on top of a pyramid. That you need a data center, you need land, you need water, you need electricity. And now you're talking about tribal water policy, you're talking about tribal access to utilities and tribal infrastructure, internet access, fiber. In order for a tribal entity to even participate within the AI economy, which is being subsidized by federal grants and also being there's investments from in venture capital. Um, you're basically every single aspect of tribal Indian policy, including intellectual property, is being impacted. And so uniquely AI presents sort of this bundled wrapping of a polysynthetic concept. I work in language. Polysynthetic is a type of linguistics terminology, but simply speaking, I think it's unique in that it impacts the entire broad spectrum because what you're seeing is data center enterprises, corporations, non-tribal entities coming into a Indian country and asking, we want to build this data center and we'll give you rent for $5,000 for a plot of land. Give us a pad of cement. We'll build all the infrastructure. And the good news for you is we'll pay your rent and then we'll pay electrical and utility costs. Without the mention that we're talking about a huge drain upon their utility infrastructure. We're talking about megawatts of power, gallons, millions of gallons of water over a year that have to be properly processed. And then, of course, what is indigenous tribal sovereignty impacted by having the data center on your land? Section 17 questions start to emerge. And so there's a lot of things to consider just with the physical infrastructure. I'm not even talking about the intellectual property rights. I see there's a question from Ernest about what about our heritage. And yeah, a lot of tribes don't really have strong intellectual policy. We have TIPOs, tribal historic preservation officers or equivalents of that, but they're really oriented toward academic research and not, mass exploitation of our data. And so I work in indigenous language reclamation. It's international research. We're working with tribes in Canada, United States, and in Brazil. And we are just basically struggling with the basics of understanding what IP policy is. And AI introduces a whole new threat vector. And I'm being kind of a Debbie Downer. I think also, what does that also mean on the other side of this means is that there's huge economic opportunity here. This is a wave that's going to impact our economy. I think there's quite a bit of hype. There's probably a lot of overinvestment. Some of these corporations have trillions of dollars of debt on their books. Not everyone's going to survive, basically. I don't think in the next 18 months you're going to see quite a bit of shakeup, but it's part of the world now. The agentic workflows are part of work. The economy is already being affected. It's that moment I'm old enough to remember 1999 or what is the internet? Does it matter? And sadly, guess what happened? Only 20% of Native Americans had access to broadband and a computer at the same time. The majority of us experience the internet through our mobile phones. And that means we're not really participating in the internet economy. Here's an opportunity for us to actually invest in our infrastructure, because if you build a data center, you're going to have to invest in your critical utility infrastructure. You don't have water policy. There's negative consequences of having a data center, so you want to minimize the impact upon water. And we can deep dive into that later on. But the short story being is that there's this moment now where it's 1998. the internet's about to be big. We can invest ourselves, or we could be passive and let it fly past us. We can let AI bypass Indian country, and we'll continue to struggle and not participate in the new economy. And I think we have an opportunity here to be early because we are well capitalized. We do have tribes who have quite a bit of venture. There is tribal venture capital out there. We just need to be able to be willing to take advantage of this because there's a moment where there's a huge need. We have a lot of leverage. We have policy arbitrage and indigenous sovereignty on our back behind us. And we also have like a federal administration, which is very conducive to this kind of investment.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of overwhelming, the sheer breadth of these structural forces kind of in play. At the same time, though, Eric, I'm wondering, you know a lot about risk. You've seen this kind of play out over time. Michael touched on some of those economic opportunities in the development space, shoring up infrastructure. It's 1998 in some ways. How are we thinking about that as an advantage and opportunity? I'm wondering what, if any, additional opportunities you see in this space, supporting sovereignty and economic development. And then on the flip side of that, what do you see as the biggest risks?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So from an opportunity standpoint, remember, it's not just a matter of some of this new AI technology spanning an entirely new business. And I'll give you a couple of examples. And I really liked Ava's presentation. And in her presentation, we focus a lot on the gaming, the revenue coming from gaming. So let's just use that as just one tract. But we really could be talking about any tribal business. When you go inside and you look at the work that human beings would do, especially the data work that was very monotonous, you might need 2 or 3 or 4 data analysts to go through revenue or go through your slot players club to try to figure out who's going to get an award. And we do that once a week, not in real time, or maybe we do it for a monthly to mailer. But it's just a tremendous amount of data work to figure out, who the player is, where they live, what sort of an award they should get, and how you get it mailed out. And so, in those sales and marketing groups in casinos, they would do that all the time, right? Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, I was the GM for 2 casinos in California, and it was just a lot of work. Nowadays, right, the systems have gotten so much better that first it was algorithms, and then it was some AI, and now it's agentic. When it was just the standalone AI, you could just push a button and it would say, "Hey, you want to look at this for the last week?" And you'd be like, "Yeah." And then human beings kind of in the middle, they would approve those, and then those mailers go out, and you could do that not like once a month. You could do it once a week, or you could even do it every day. The heavy lift of the data work is just made made the work so much more efficient. It saves so much more money. And then today some of those systems have migrated so that agentically it can do it on its own, right? The human being doesn't even have to be part of that. And if you trust it and you watch it a few times and you're like, "Hey, yeah, do this once a week or do this every month or do it every day," and those mailers, and it just automatically picks the person based on those parameters and goes through the free play award they're going to get, and it mails it out. I mean, the amount of efficiency that a casino goes through, where you don't need that five extra analysts or 10 extra analysts, and it's not just on the revenue side; it's throughout the casino organization. And you could likely pick another tribal business and find the same kind of synergies with that software moving from being algorithmic and having some AI portion to it, and now moving to be agentic. If it's not agentic now, it will be in the near future. That is a tremendous amount of savings and efficiency, like the kind of savings and efficiency that it's almost it's almost incomprehensible. So that's the major advantage. We're using casinos as an example. Here's the biggest risk. The biggest risk is, does tribal leadership actually understand what that software is doing? where's tribal leadership in this whole discussion? Like we've had a great talk today about, digital sovereignty and so forth. But pragmatically, here's how it works. You have a slot accounting system, where it used to be slot accounting system. It turned into a customer relationship management database, and now it does a bunch more things. And every year, right, those manufacturers, whether it's IGT or Aristocrat, they use the Oasis product or whatever, every year they have pay a site license for your software upgrade. And so what are they trying to do? They're trying to add more stuff to your upgrade. If you're on the casino management side, yeah, you kind of like that because it saves in headcount costs. You're more efficient, right? So that you have one side of the world that's working really from a capitalistic standpoint, trying to make things better from an earning standpoint. But at the same time, it's not always the situation where leadership understands what's going on. So, it does leadership understand that, you collect Players Club database and you got people's, driver's licenses, like copies of them, and you have their social security number in case you got to do a W-2G, and now you have an agentic system that has access to all that data. That's that's a scary thing. Um, I'm not the scary, like this is the end of the world thing. I'm just like, you have to be informed if you're in leadership, and sometimes that happens, and sometimes that doesn't. And later I will put in the sidebar links to the NIGC came out with a tech alert back in 2026 that talks about agentic AI. They have a lot of great class 2 training, and I encourage people from Indian country, even if you're not in gaming, to go and look at that. I think that in July they have NIGC, National Gaming Commission, has another online and in-person training, and that really revolves around class 2, and it turns people off. But remember, class 2 and class 3 are not that different. And the reason why we in gaming, folks look at that differently is class 2 is actually defined in IGRA as something you have to have minimum internal controls for, where class 3 is something that's supposed to be regulated between the tribe, the state, and the federal government. So the systems aren't that different, but it's a great way. It's a really good way to go from zero to hero from a learning standpoint, to understand what those issues are and what some of those data controls are. So my example in gaming is just one. You could probably take that in any of those other systems for the businesses that tribes have, whether it's the healthcare system. They use Epic over there, and many of those tribes use Epic, and that's getting to be the same thing, where it went from algorithms to had some AI in it. Now they're moving to be more agentic. You can, that overlay kind of fits on all that software. And the point I think that should be taken away from that is that those are all great things. That's going to save a lot of time, energy, and effort, and people can go do other productive things with that time. But the big but there is that, how much does tribal leadership understand when that site license renewed, there was all this other stuff that came with it? That is not always communicated well. And that, to that earlier point someone made, where, oh, the IT person made the decision. Yeah, the IT person and the GM might have made that decision, and that decision was made without any tribal leadership input. And that's probably the scary part of this whole thing.
Yeah, I think that's a very well framed and balanced perspective. Secretary Treasurer, I'm curious. Eric shared some very concrete examples of some of the efficiency gains that tribal enterprises can and often are realizing. Things that used to be very manual, very person powered, could take multiple headcount, are now being done automatically at the click of a button, and sometimes even without a human in the loop. And obviously there's tremendous opportunity there. But yeah, absolutely. If you step back and think about it, what is the calculus from a risk management standpoint? So I'm curious, from your view, in how much and in what ways today have you seen AI technologies affect your own day-to-day work or the work happening close to you? And I'm wondering, along with that, like, how are you thinking about risks as a tribal leader?
Thanks. Thank you so much. And Eric hit a lot of things right on the head. Like, there are things that we don't think about, like, and aren't even presented to the tribal council, of what's really in those licenses and what's in the small print of what they're actually getting access to in your information. And so when we think about those things, because as a tribe, not only is the tribal leadership not educated on AI to really know what is all encompassing and the threats that it causes, but also along with the benefits, right? And so, and we do have a lot of economic benefits, and I was thinking about those as well, not only on the business side of things, but being able to analyze your own data, right? And looking at those pieces. I've been talking to my council for a couple of years now. It's like, we need our own data analyst, because we have programs and grants that are sending data up to these funding agencies, but we're not getting that. So we don't know what's going on in our communities, or where the weaknesses are, or things that are needed in our communities, or for our tribal members. And so we have, whether it's housing, needs of housing to police force, or what have you in between. And so when we look at those pieces, we don't know that right now. And so how do we get there? And can AI be a help in that? Because how the funding agencies divvy up funding is basically on data, and what you're providing. But they're not looking at what the real cost is for your tribe, and we've been dealing with this at the federal level, and we're trying to get it down to the tribes as well. Is what we really need to do is analyze our own data and saying what, in us determining what our need is in funding for each of the tribes, because what they just do is like, oh, what was your shortfall? Well, that's only based on the amount of grant money that we received, is whether or not we have a shortfall, we have a little bit money left. What services weren't we able to provide? Say you're talking about a police force. Yeah, you may have officers, but does that really cover all the shifts of what you need? Are you able to have your own jail? Do you have your own dispatch? What is the true cost of actually fully funding a police force that covers all the needs of your tribe or your reservation? So looking at those things, and whether it's police, ICW, fire, what are those? And then being able to have those numbers available to send those dollars, those amount of what our need is. And this is our population and our land base, and this is our need. Instead of them dictating to us what our need is, we're telling them what our need is individually as tribes. And that's a humongous, and I'm sure that they don't want us to tell them that, but I think we need to be that squeaky wheel, and like really putting the number out there, for us to actually truly be able to get the information out there. And then on the other side of things, like as far as our economics and how we impact our local economies, that's important. So when we talk about where our data is and how we share that information, because tribes are proprietary about what our finances look like. We have local issues with our surrounding communities that also provide services to our people. But yet, if we say, hey, the tribe made this much money last year, then they have the idea that they don't need to help their residents as well, that they have an obligation to them. And so, but our economic impact, wherever we have a tribe that has a casino or some really businesses doing really well, the impact to the outer community is extremely high. And so I know, like in Wisconsin, they're actually doing a study on economic impact of tribes in their communities and within the state, and what is their real contributions. So those are a lot of things that we think about on that side of things. And I think we also want to be able to provide tools to our tribal members to be able to have things available for them to start their own businesses, and AI will be a great tool for them. And then, when we talk about our artists and craftsmen, we also want to protect them as well. Yes, use this, but then on the other side of things, how do they protect their artistic license and the things that they create, whether it's with a trademark or what have you. So we see people's designs be stolen every day. And so, those are things, just education, because like Eric said, information gets shared without you even knowing it. We even have problems with staff, even like stop sharing job applications over emails. I mean, that, you're like, stop doing that. You got people's identity information on there, so, just not just tribal leaders, but everybody in between that needs to know what are the security risks that we have to deal with, and how many new attacks and what's out there next, right? The next big attack on your infrastructure.
So here you're touching on, the possibilities of AI as a way to enhance internal capacity, for that advocacy for, what are our own data telling us, and using that to tell your own story, and preventing it from being this one-way street. So like a lot of opportunity there. You mentioned small businesses, people using AI to get more done as, they're starting out. I'm curious, Michael, so when tribes or others in the community do decide to use AI technologies, whether it's for some of those benefits that Eric named or those that Secretary Treasurer just shared, what trade-offs, if any, are they making in using those technologies? And what potential issues do you see on the flip side with not using those technologies?
I think the premise, well, let's just maybe start with the hype, and then what's realistic. The hype says that AI is going to replace 40% of all office workers, white collar jobs. I don't believe that. I think it's probably closer to 10%, maybe 20% at the upper end, and in certain domains. So what I mean, and so like I work in software. I'm a software engineer. I work for Amazon, other corporations, and I found like 80% of my day was just clicking websites. And most of us, Michelle, Eric, you've worked with Excel. A lot of this is just junk. I don't really need to do this work. Like just finding that equal sign sum. Like that could be automated very easily, and so the problem, the risk to tribes not utilizing the technology is that we're going to be very far behind. My dad used to he was the head of IT for my mom's tribe, the Northern Cheyenne, and he implemented Excel. Before that, tribal utilities was run by a room full of women and older men, literally calculating the tabular data for the entire tribe to what are we going to bill them for this month for their electrical costs, right? And then Excel came in, and the singular tool completely wiped out that staff of like dozens to now maybe a handful of people who just had to maintain an Excel file. And you can get for sophisticated with access and all that. I think we're facing something similar. There's a lot of work that is easily replicable and automated. I would caution that I am an AI researcher. I've worked on the unfortunate term, the frontier, very colonial term of AI. But it really is. It's very colonial. It sucks. It's quite terrible. It's nothing magic. There's nothing magic about AI. You can't replace a full-time staffer with an AI agent today. Maybe one day. I don't think it's anytime soon. Like I think it's on the 5 to 10 year horizon. But a lot of tooling can be easily replicable work can be replaced by an agent, like an Excel agent would probably replace a great deal of staff at the Fed, I'm guessing. Being able to, no, it's just a lot of, there's a lot of junior staff work. And I'm not talking about expertise like yourself, Vanessa. I'm talking about expertise like junior level. And the same thing with software engineering, and that agents can replace a junior software engineer. Because a lot of the work that we would give a junior engineer is just, they fetch the coffee equivalent. And, we can easily build something to automate that kind of workflows. So tribes will need to be very intentional about workforce development, because the inclination of a tribe Like say, Michelle, your tribe were beginning to say Eric had a product. He's not going to build this, but maybe he does. Comes to you, Michelle, and your tribe buys, we're going to buy all these agents. That's going to replace our finance department. Your inclination is to get rid of all your junior staff and only keep your senior staff because that's all you really technically need. But now you've lost your talent pathways. You no longer have junior financial staff learning the ropes, learning the intricacies of the tribe, the financial governance structures, and you just beat a bunch of robots. And now you're going to face a cliff, a talent cliff, and all these senior staff want to go away. And so when we're embracing this technology, we need to be careful and making sure that we're very conscious about making sure we have talent pathway because we already have a talent problem today. We have very few participants. We graduate like one or two Indigenous computer scientists, PhDs a year in Canada, United States, and Mexico combined. Across the entire North America, we get one or two PhDs in computer science. Very rare. It's going to become much harder as their talent pool, the AI agents are going to squeeze the junior level staffers. And I'm sure it's similar within the finance world. It's going to be real hard for a junior financial staffer to get a job with AI agents out there. And so we're going to be very conscious about that. And I think tribes have a benefit here, an advantage in that we have intergenerational thinking. Our tribal policy, of course, we have the tribal politics every 4 years, the administrations switch over, but we also create enterprises that last a long time, like enterprises that aren't subject to venture capital. Because venture capital has a 6 to 9 month horizon. Tribes have a 6 to 19 year horizon, and I think we have to be very conscious about that. And I don't see a lot of. I'll pause here. Maybe this is a transition for you, Vanessa. Sort of, I don't see a lot of adoption, and it's really to Eric's point. What Eric is trying to beat the drum here is that tribal leaders don't know what to do with this, and tribal leaders don't understand this technology, and they don't understand the necessity to begin to invest in it. And I think that's a huge gap. You're not seeing much of it happening. What's going to happen, likely, like it happens every single time. We're going to have third-party corporations take up the duties of what used to be handled in-house simply because tribes are invested in our talent and our own internal infrastructure. And we're going to have third parties coming in and basically gobbling up our data and feeding back our own data and our analysis across the spectrum of our normal tribal governance. And then I'm talking about work within the tribal building, the tribal chairman's office, the tribal president's office, the councilman, though we're talking about that kind of work is going to start being outsourced if we're not careful.
Well said. I love that intergenerational thinking as an advantage in this space, as a unique advantage of tribal governments in particular. Tying into that, I want to transition us to the Q&A part of our time together. So I want to close us out with a final question, and we'll do a round robin. Eric, maybe we'll start with you, then go to Secretary Treasurer Bodine, and then on to you, Michael, before we transition to Q&A. And that is thinking ahead to that seventh generation. What do you hope they know about how you and those you work with every day are approaching AI decision-making during this time?
I think the long-term view is and Michael kind of referred to this earlier. Tribes really in the tribal government, whether or not we've had an IT person before, or we've had people that have worked in IT. Tribes need to really kind of reevaluate from a governance standpoint to make sure that they have an information technology person, whether that person is has a group and they're kind of bringing people through the ranks. But there needs to be an investment and an understanding, I think, within tribal government that we need people that understand the space, that understand the challenges, that understand the issues, and can help the current administration that tribe has and future administrations make good decisions about both data sovereignty, AI, agentic AI. In the past, I think, IT was like, it was an important part of tribal government. So it's always been an important part. But the important part in the past was, can we get the tribal government connected to the internet? And how do we push these data pipes so that We have network connectivity in the tribal office between departments and those kinds of things. Though I'm not talking down about those things. Those were critically important in that moment. What's critically important in the moment is the tribe has a champion on their side that understands that IT technology and can help bridge the understanding gap between those technologies that are emerging, the current technologies the tribes have, and kind of show the path of here's how it's gone, right? If it's here today, might be what it looks like in the future. And I don't think that's the job of independent leadership to go out and try to learn that on their own. They really need a champion on their side that understands that and can assist the tribal government along, and then brings other people in their department along, right? That maybe that's that younger tribal member that's going to go to college that gets encouraged to go get an information technology degree, and then can in the future help guide and consult the tribe along. I'm not a big fan of outside consulting coming to Indian country to do that. I'm not. I think that that's a core function of what tribal government probably needs to embrace and address today. And in some tribes, I mean, we've seen some good examples of that. Most often, I think that tribes have some work probably to get to that point so they can protect the future.
Secretary Treasurer, I'd invite your thoughts on that. What do you hope that those future generations know?
So what I hope that they know is that we are always looking forward to their future, and that when we make decisions, that we're looking in all those directions on how it impacts everything, and whether it's their environment, whether it's their where the workforce is going, how our communities are developing, what are the needs of those communities, like that we're taking a holistic approach, and that we're trying to prepare for our future. We've got our own university, and how things have come down with Department of Education, and how they've we've had issues with cutting funding through DEI, and those things at our university level. But we're investing in our university, so that, and we've tasked them with looking at these new technologies that are coming out, looking at our workforce, what are the needs for our future, and while we're training people to look at those and get into those industries, we also want them to realize that at the same time, we're looking at ways to also continue to have our food sovereignty, our digital sovereignty, growing our own people, but yet making sure that the world around us stays as pristine as we can. We live in the Northwoods of Wisconsin, and so we want to protect our forests and our lakes and our fish. And when we talk about data centers, those are some things that come up. How much water are they taking, and when they discharge, are they raising the temperature of the water? Are they killing fish, and are they increasing algae, and all those ecosystems? And then, because we want those treaty rights that our ancestors fought for them to be able to hunt and gather and fish, all those items that we have, we want them to be able to enjoy them down the road, and making sure that we're also protecting our environment from the mining that these data centers need as well. So looking at where's that balance, and so that we want them to know that these are things that we look at, and that we hope that they understand that that's what we're doing in our time, looking out for them down that road. And we hope it keeps growing, and that our leaderships gets more knowledgeable and more educated, so that we can continue to work for that.
That's beautiful. Michael, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, my hope and expectation into the future is that we're taking our languages. We have about 500 languages in North America. Most of them, unfortunately, are critically at risk of going to sleep. And I think AI offers an opportunity not only to protect our languages, reclaim our languages, but also AI technology gives an opportunity to utilize them for economic development. Like, imagine a world where we had agentics AI corporations run by, your tribe, Michelle, or the Lakota. And I suppose there was this ecosystem of AI agents who used unique models based upon the tribe's own language, like a Lakota financial expert, a Ojibwe financial, lending platform. Um, and I think what you see is that when you train these models on different languages, you find that they're much better at different tasks. Like Chinese languages are much better at certain tasks versus English versus German. And that's like intuitive to us as humans. And so imagine we could open up a whole new avenue of economic development if we had our own language models doing tasks for our own tribes and competing on an open market as intertribal commerce. And being able to do that in a responsible way, to the point of what Michelle said, is that yes, we can't be building gigawatt data centers because that's going to absorb all our water and we'd be destroying quite a bit of land for that. But we can do it responsibly and right-sized for ourselves. And I think there's really a good opportunity here to not only teach our languages to our youth, teach them AI and languages into our youth, and do economic development with our AI and our youth through the use of, those small language models or large language models, whatever. And it does require investment. And I think you're starting to see like there is beginning to be an interest in that within the tribes across the United States and North America. And so I'm hopeful that this is an opportunity to create unicorns where we have Ojibwe, Lakota, Cree, whatever, Navajo speaking computer science AI researchers building their own AI infrastructure for their own tribes and utilizing the technology that we build ourselves, truly indigenous native technology.
Excellent. I think with that, I'd like to transition us to the Q&A portion of our time together. And I think this first question really dovetails beautifully with things that the three of you each just touched on. Eric, you mentioned bringing other people along. Secretary Treasurer, you touched on the investments now in education that's going to equip future decision makers. Michael, you invited us to imagine a world with a whole new sector of the economy rooted in Indigenous languages. The question in the chat that I'd like to start us off with is, how can tribal nations build their understanding of AI in a sovereignty-centered way so that leaders can evaluate not only how AI may improve government operations, casinos, and tribal businesses, but also the environmental and infrastructure impacts behind AI, including data centers, water usage, energy demands, the things that you touched on, Secretary Treasurer. So how can tribal nations build that understanding in a sovereignty-centered way? Because I think each of you touched on that as a need.
Are you talking to me or anybody else?
It could be anyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will just say that one of the things that we worked at a national level, and this question came up as well, how do we collectively be able to provide our data so that, and it's not just for ourselves, but even like when we do reporting up to the feds, like how can we keep our individual information from getting subject to FOIA or these outside sources, whether it's universities, whether it's companies, what have you. But if we have a collective repository of the information so that our information can go in and we know it's protected because it's based off of a tribal organization that has the safeguards in place, we're able to submit our data and then be able to extract like national data and how that looks. And we would still be able to retain we would still have our sovereignty over our data based off of this, and then utilizing that organization to submit totally what the data is nationally so that they can identify individual tribes. And if they want individual tribes, then they have to go to those individual tribes and request that data for a particular tribe. So looking at those types of situations, like, because I like Michael's ideas, let's build our own technology and our own information. And that kind of, goes along with, we have our technology. If we had our own data repository, what have you, where it's stored. We had our own data analysts that, you know, we have the ability to have this information stored and that it's clean, right? So that we have the right information in there, because that's the other piece, is making sure that it's all collected in the same way, the same types of information are brought in. So, but anyway, that was my thought.
Eric or Michael, how can tribal nations build their understanding of AI in a sovereignty-centered way? Do either of you have views on that?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
go ahead.
I'll be super quick. Eric. I'm sorry. I think we need more tribal leaders to take. What we need is a CTO training for our tribal leaders. I think being able to understand the technical leadership skills necessary to manage an enterprise technology product, and we don't really have that right now. I think what the tribes need to do is tribal leaders need to take it upon themselves to educate and take, remote learning. There's, the Sloan School of Management and stuff like that. That's MIT. There's stuff local going on. I think it really behooves the tribal leaders to deep dive into train themselves on what it means to be a technical leader in the age of AI. I'm sorry, Eric.
No, that's great. I was just going to say that, like, look, there are two distinct things here. One is the adoption of, new technology, and the other is, tribal governance. From a tribal governance standpoint, like getting a tribal leader to take other, training classes and understand things is perfect. I still think you need a thought leader in the tribal government that works in IT that helps bridge that gap. And then the decision-making process is one where is the tribe going to adopt, bleeding edge technology that stuff, technology that has just come out, or is it going to be, hey, yeah, we understand that this technology exists, this agentic AI and this particular piece of software, but we're going to let that mature. We're not going to be first adopters. We're going to wait until we see, the benefits and the pitfalls that other people have endured. And when that technology matures, maybe then we'll be in the mode to do that. Like to Michael's earlier example with the Excel spreadsheet versus people taking that information from a tabular standpoint, there was a decision process that someone in leadership made that said, hey, we're going to move this to Excel, after things had been vetted out. Unfortunately, today, remember, right, I said this earlier, that doesn't always happen with the organizations that, tribes have. Sometimes the capitalistic motivation that a GM and someone who works at IT at the casino have it's not a governance, mindset. They're hired for a particular job, and they're in a mode that says, hey, wait a minute, this saves a bunch of time, energy, effort. They may be trying to select that bleeding edge technology, and the tribe's leadership is unaware of that. So the thought process there has to be one where, hey, we know there's going to be new technologies. We know there's going to be some stuff that, we could kind of think that, would happen in the future. In each one of our entities and in our government, the government policy is we're going to go through a thought process that says someone's going to explain it. We're going to talk about what it does. We're going to say, is it mature? Is it not mature? And then, however a tribe goes through that governance process is their own business. That's not in my business. But if there is an infrastructure in place for tribes to make those decisions, then I think that from an adoption standpoint, you find yourself in less trouble going forward.
This has been a fascinating conversation. I'm going to exercise moderator's privilege, and I'm going to close us out with a rapid fire round robin question. I'm going to ask each of you for some parting words of wisdom for our audience here today. And that is, what one question would you encourage those in the audience today to think on as they weigh the use of AI in their own settings?
The one thing I would encourage leadership to do is become involved. Don't be a participant that's not active. You need to be active today. That's the world we live in. It's the time we live in. I think in the past there could have been other technologies, information technologies that, whether or not you made a decision now or 6 months or a year, you had time. I don't know that you have that kind of time anymore. You need to go get engaged and understand what sorts of, from on the spectrum, right? There's algorithms. We're all pretty good with those. What sort of AI is being used and what sort of agentic AI might be used in some of those in some of those businesses in tribal government going forward? And do you understand what the ramifications, the benefits, and potential downsides are? Also, along with that, I'm a big lots of times we spend time in these groups talking about it, and things are into the world. These are just transformative technologies. These are not bad things for Indian country. And to Michael's point, to be competitive, we're going to have to adopt some of these things in pretty rapid order. But if we're prepared to make those decisions, right, and we're engaged, we're in a much better position to be as tribal governments.
And I would agree with Eric. One of the things that I would put out there to the people listening is, if you don't know about AI, learn about it and explore the tools that are available. But be cautious and make sure that you're vetting them and making sure that while you're using them, like, what information are you putting in there, and whether or not they have ability to extract your data that you're putting in, and if that's something that you're okay with. So just making sure that you're looking at a reputable AI program, that would have safeguards around it. And so that would be, just looking at that. But absolutely, you need to look to the future, because you don't want to be left behind.
Yeah, I would remind, like Eric and Michelle, it's hard to follow you too because you say all the good stuff. I think I would say is think strongly about our position in history here, in that it's not our world, it's not ours, the present place that we occupy, it's the future generations, and all we're doing is being the caretakers and thinking very critically around whether it be a technology, whether it be a well you drill for water, the construction of a data center, or whatever it is, that we are caretakers, and really think consciously about where you want the technology to be, whatever it is. Once upon a time, there were cars were new. Once upon a time, internet's new. Now, thinking about where we want that intentionally, and our relationship to this technology. And there's also limits, like it's perfectly okay for tribes to say, I don't want AI today. I don't want data centers today. I don't want this technology to have access to our financial information. That's okay. But do so in a way that's informed, it's not, and be so, and, educate yourselves, think about what it means to be a technical leader, and be a caretaker as you're going forward.
I love that. Technical caretakers, almost. Tremendous thanks to each of you for your insights today. Michael Runningwolf, Eric Ramos, Secretary Treasurer Michelle Bodine. With that, I'd like to transition to our next panel, Data and Recent Developments in Tribal Land Acquisition, moderated by my colleague, Dr. Matt Gregg. Matt, over to you.
All right, thank you. What a great discussion. I imagine this discussion is going to be equally interesting. So hi, my name is Matt Gregg. I'm a senior economist at the Center for Indian Country Development. I'll be moderating this next panel. The panel, as I see it, has three goals. First, I'm going to provide, and I'll promise to be brief, an overview of a CICD research project that quantifies the growth in land controlled by tribes and their tribal enterprises. I'm going to be providing some high-level statistics that hopefully will be informative of this growth. Second, our panelists, and more importantly, our panelists, will add context to these statistics by providing their tribe's approach to restoring land back to the tribe and the critical role data plays in those efforts. And last, we'll have time near the end to answer questions from the audience. As always, this standard Fed disclaimer applies to this presentation. So by navigating many barriers, tribes are rewriting their narrative away from native land dispossession and towards native land restoration. To document this change, we've developed what, at least I'm calling, the Tribal Land Tribal Indian Land Tracker, or TILT. The goal of TILT is to document trends in tribal land ownership and provide tribes and the public with summary statistics, excuse me, to provide a comprehensive view of this growth. So our method uses parcel level data from the county tax assessors database. This captures private land purchases by tribes and tribal enterprises, as well as trust land holdings and transfers from the state to a particular tribe. What TILT misses is trust land consolidation, which only appears in the BIA records. So as a result, since tribes are actively consolidating land, or consolidated fractionated land, our estimates should be interpreted as lower bound estimates of tribal land growth. As a proof of concept, we've analyzed the 11 federally recognized tribes in Minnesota. Thanks to Amelia, who's on this call, we can compare publicly available data about the Fond du Lac Band's land ownership to the TILT's accuracy. And what we find out is that TILT this method of using publicly available data is about within 4% of official records, and it seems to capture major purchases in off-reservation tribal holdings. To give you a sense of what we can learn from this data, in Minnesota, we find several important trends from 2014 to 2023. First, tribal land ownership has grown by 25%. And remember, that is a lower bound estimate that's above and beyond any growth caused by land consolidation. All 11 Minnesota tribes have increased their land base since 2014. Second, a large share of the increase is due to purchasing taxable land. So 21.4% of the total 2023 acreage is held by Minnesota tribes as fee simple property. As a result, tribes and most importantly, their tribal enterprises pay roughly $7 million in property taxes annually. Third, despite this growth, there's significant variation in land recovery progress within the boundary of Minnesota. In 2023, we estimate that tribes owned between roughly 5% and almost 100% of their reservation lands. And so the future of this project is to take this data set nationwide and talk more about all throughout Indian country how tribes are increasing their land base. So with that said, I will stop sharing my screen. I'd like to begin by asking each panelist to introduce themselves, share their job title, and tell us how important is land recovery to your tribe and to members of your community. So I'm seeing Adlita on my screen. If you don't mind going first.
I don't mind. Good afternoon. I'm Adelita Grew. I'm Sichangu Lakota Klamath tribe from I'm from Rosebud. I'm the executive assistant director for Tribal Land Enterprise here in Rosebud, and I'm happy to be here.
Howard, do you want to go?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Howard Balandra Sinchanga Lakota from the Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota. I am the president of Indian Land Tenure Foundation, located in Little Canada, Minnesota, which is far, far away from Big Canada. So thank goodness for that. And I'm happy to be here this afternoon.
Amelia?
Hi, my name is Emilia Holstein. I work as the land information manager for the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, as part of the land information department. We are based in Cloquet, about half an hour south of Duluth.
The way we're going to organize this panel, I'm going to ask one question and everyone can kind of chime in. So let's start with an obvious question, and it is, how has your tribe pursued reclaiming its land base? Amelia, do you mind going first?
Not at all. There's been a number of different projects involved. Cobell was a big one, but it is between both purchasing fee land through either tax forfeiture or individual landowners who are selling their parcels, or it's through consolidation of trust land. The consolidation of trust land is a much more we have a much more structured process for that because it's already in trust. We want to try and obtain that to prevent it from leaving trust status. So we do try to purchase as much trust land as we can. There's something called the purchase at probate process, which happened after the American Indian Probate Reformation Act, or APRA, that speeds that up or makes it a little easier to purchase that trust land as individuals pass away and their land passes through inheritance. As far as the fee land goes, that's a lot more variable in what we choose to buy, and will be focused a lot more on how much will property tax cost? Is there a particular use we have for that parcel of land? Is it that we can make a deal with the county because it's tax forfeited land and they're willing to trade us for other parcels, or would it have to be purchased from a private individual? There's a lot of different factors that go into purchasing the fee land. So we just try where we can, obviously within a financial limit.
Howard and Adley, you share the same tribe. Maybe you can piggyback off each other, but same question. How has your tribe pursued reclaiming its land base?
Good morning. I'm working for Tribal Land Enterprise. We've been in existence since 1943. The main purpose for Tribal Land Enterprise was to consolidate land and to help come up with a plan to remedy the fractionation of trust lands that resulted as the government's probate process. And TLE has been doing this for over 80 years, and it's still a problem within the fractionation process. The other thing is we do reach out and we do purchase fee lands that are within our 5 counties. Now, the 5 counties have been, yes, now we're only in 1 county because of a law that was passed in, I think and Howard, you can chime in with that, with Knipe. But the main purpose of Tribal Land Enterprise is to keep land in trust, grow our land base again, and so we don't lose our land base for our tribe. Howard?
I'll have a much different take, Matt, in terms of a individual reservation like Rosebud, where I'm from. I and Adelita both are familiar with the acquisition of land at the Rosebud Reservation. During my tenure there back in the 90s, we were purchasing approximately 10,000 acres of fee land a year. So we had about 30,000 acres that we acquired, and then we went through the process of putting that in trust. But more importantly, Indian Land Tenure Foundation has taken on the role of helping tribes acquire their land. We don't give grants to go buy that because we don't have $100 trillion, which it would take. But what we do is, for instance, Peshla in the Black Hills, we were able to coordinate and facilitate the purchase of around 3,000 acres of land in that process. That was brought together. We brought together 4 tribes who are joint owners in that, and that was put in trust. Recently, we did one with Boys Fort, and that was 28,000 acres. And so we were out there. I just had an individual walk in the office last week and say, Howard, I got 340 acres on the Leech Lake reservation, and I want to figure out how to get it to the reservation leadership. So we'll start working with him on that. We have an individual in Illinois. We have an individual in Des Moines. We have an individual. So they're starting to come out. Land back is really taking hold. We were doing land back from 2002 before it became a hashtag or a bumper sticker. So it's been a long history, and I think it's important to remember why tribes acquire land. And Emma brought forth that tribes acquire land for 2 purposes. When they acquire fractionated interest, trust interests, they're trying to consolidate control. Because according to the rules, if you have 51% acres, you can control that particular tract. They also buy fee land, to expand their reservation, because that land base expands when it goes, and if they put it in trust, which many of them do, then their trust land base grows. The Cobell settlement purchased over 3 million acres of land, didn't expand the land base by 1 centimeter because it was all fractionated trust land. So tribes got controlling interest in many cases, and they were able to do a lot of economic activities with that, housing as well. And so that's why I look at tribes needing to look at why they're acquiring land and what's the general purposes. And again, I'll brag up Rosebud because we have what we call a tribal enterprise, as Adelita said, it was formed in 1943 to reduce fractionation, and then it grew to the point where it is now buying back the land base that was legally stolen by individuals, as well as the courts. And the law she refers to, it was actually a court decision. The Supreme Court said that through the preliminary power, Congress was able to take our land from us.
You all. This is a questions related to all 3 of your answers. So, and it's a conference about data. So we have to ask a data question. And so as tribes are rebuilding their land base, what kinds of data do tribes need to make these sound decisions to expand their tribal land base? So, Amelia, do you want to go first?
Sure, I have a lot I could say about that. As the land information specialist for the Fond du Lac Band, what we do in our department is we maintain all of the land ownership records, keep track from a legal standpoint, but we also do all of the digital mapping and database organization for what information we have about any given parcel of land. And there's a lot of different information that can be helpful when you're trying to consolidate land and purchase fee land. And one of the best tools for that by far is geographic information systems, or GIS. which has been around at least 3 decades at this point, but is constantly growing, improving. Is basically, rather than having to hand draw maps, you can have online or digital databases. They don't have to be online, where you can reference information, duplicate maps or information exactly rather than hand drawing them. And so having a robust set of GIS or GPS data. I know one of the first things our department did, the land department was started around 2001. And one of the first big projects was literally just going out and getting accurate GPS points of all of the legal boundary corner markers, which has proven to be extremely helpful just in getting a sense of how much land is actually involved and what resources are present on a given parcel. A lot of the older information, especially in the really more difficult to access areas, the information that everyone's working off of from analog may be hundreds of feet off from what the actual physical marker in the ground is. And by getting those accurate data points, we've been able to say, oh, no, actually, that is our parcel. You can't go logging there because I know you were going off of this older data set, but on the ground, we're actually, you can't go there. That's legally the band's land. And so even just that as a beginning was extremely helpful. Since then, it's been building up a comprehensive set of data of what are people or what is going to be the most useful when someone calls my office and asks, hey, that one parcel over there, what's its history? What's going on there? Can you tell me about it? And that can be everything from the history of land ownership to the size to are there wetlands there? Wetlands are a major aspect on the Fond du Lac Reservation. Has there been a contested history there? Having that be something that you can pull up really quickly and readily. And even just knowing, even if you can't have everything, knowing what may need further investigation and just having that robust data set to work off of.
Excuse me, Adlita, when Rosebud is interested in increasing their land base, what kind of data do you need to help make that happen?
We do need the data. We need we have a lot of lands within our reservation, even within the Todd County. There's a lot of checkerboard places. So I believe that we need surveyors to come in and survey that land to make sure the boundaries are correct. We have there's a problem within community boundaries. Communities were set up. We have 22 communities within our reservation. And some of those boundary sets could overlay into simple lands, our fee lands. So I believe having true boundaries set first and then coming into, then we can have the title assured. But I like Amelia, I'm thinking dream big. I like that what you asked to have. You have wetlands, you have everything, every resource that is on that land to be into one, general, program. We had to create or had to have someone come in and build what we call tribal view. And that tells us resources, tells us, land descriptions, legal land descriptions, land ownership, tribe owns, ILCA purchase, buyback purchase, all of those types of, that type of information, ownership information, that's how we know, the tribe is 51% ownership or more. And those lands we try to target, to try to gain 100% ownership. What lands that we don't have ownership in, we don't have that information. And only through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, of course, Land Titles and Records Office, they're the only ones that have the information. So when we have to request it formally to ask what lands here are in trust lands or whatever, that should be a report that should be given to the tribe every year. And we don't get that. Sorry to say, I worked for the Bureau of Indian Affairs for 26 years, and our land titles and records have gone through a lot, but there's still a lot of missing pieces in there. And I wish we had more information to our tribes, be more transparent, and give us the information. We try to gain majority ownership, 51% or more ownership into another county that is north of us. We ask for those statistics, and it differs from the state, the county, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and what we have on file. And those differences aren't, mere acres or mere, just they're thousands of acres over, thousands of percent, or hundreds or 10% less than the Bureau has. So those types of things, if we had more of an accounting just directly on the trust lands and the tribal lands, and what is out there as far as fee lands, would have that type of program would be awesome. But I think BLM needs to be involved in a lot of this stuff.
Howard, would you like to add on?
Yes, I think that Amelia and Adelita really gave a good perspective. We take a look at, when we talk to tribal leaders and tribal land offices, and they say, well, how do you go about buying land? Well, if you buy fee land, you don't go to the BIA because they don't deal with fee land. There's a process there. You end up having to do it yourself. The thing that tribes need to do, and Adelita alluded to that, and that's if they have ownership in a fee or a trust tract, that they take a look at the ownership data. And it's, as she's saying, there's some difficulties now that to get that information, because then you can determine who has a larger percentage of ownership and then target. And individuals might be a elder wanting to not create a problem when they pass of having holding land, and then the American Indian Probate Reform Act comes in, and less than 5%, more than 5%, married, non-Indian. I mean, there's just all kinds of rules that come into play that most Native people don't know and literally don't want to deal with. One of the things that I thought was always helpful was to be able to talk to financial institutions. More times than not, banker would call and say, hey, this guy's in a little bit of default situation. And you have to have that that friendly relationship. And it's a situation where he helps them out, but it also helps the tribe out. And there are financial institutions on or near the reservation that tribal tribal land managers can go chat with. Do the research. I think that one of the times that when you're buying fee land, the research shouldn't begin with a title insurance policy. The research should begin when you decide where you're going to buy at and how you're going to buy. And if it's close to another tribal tract and it does expand that operation, be it farm or leasing or minerals, you can go to the county records and take a look at those tracts and get an idea. Another thing that tribal land managers can do is the people leasing your land. When they start out, that they come in and they're spry, and after 30 years, they got a cane and a walker. Well, guess what? They might want to sell. And one of the things that tribes are capable of buying the thousands of acres of land. So a person comes in with 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 acres of land, and they can negotiate. And that's different than someone having an 80-acre tract or 160-acre tract. And so I think that tribes, if they have a plan of purchase, the tribal land enterprise that Adelita's with, they have a plan of purchase and a method of purchase, and it's been working for 80 plus years. So, and it lives through tribal administrations. So that's an important piece that individuals come and go on the tribal leadership. Land office people come and go, but if you have a good plan and you implement it, it can outlast the transitions and the changes.
Howard, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question because you mentioned when you first logged on about this large voice fort purchase that your foundation helped. So as tribes, when someone comes to a tribe with a large acreage that a tribe could purchase, such as the 28,000 acres that the Boys Fort band purchased, how is that land purchase financed? How does that deal get done? What are some of the barriers, and how did, for this particular example, and I speak for the others more broadly, but how did the foundation's subsidiary kind of help broker that purchase?
Well, thank you, Matt. That would have been a question I would have wrote out to you and had you ask me so I could really give some insight to that. So thanks for coming up with that. One of the things that I've learned is that if a tribe goes into a large purchase on its own, it's already in trouble. It is already in trouble. Because what happened with the Boys Fort is the tribe tried to buy that, and the logging company said that they wanted $1,000 an acre, and the tribe didn't have the wherewithal. So when they came to us, then we partnered with the Nature Conservancy Fund, and we figured out a way that they could buy it. So when they got involved, they came up with the appraised value, and then they offered to the logging company a reduced price, and the difference between the reduced price and the appraised price was considered a donation, because the Nature Conservancy Fund is a 501c3. So when they did that, they were able to issue a letter to them saying the difference is what you donated. So they then used that to write off the capital gains that they would have received. That's one mechanism. The other mechanism is they went with the Indian Land Capital Company, and Indian Land Capital Company loans to tribes to buy land. They do not take a mortgage on the land. They go with good faith and credit, looking for other revenue resources within the tribe to service that loan. And then we happen to have the Indian Land Carbon Credit. With the Boys Fort, it's a lot of forest there. So we went up there and started to measure and sequester carbon credits. And that became a base of repayment for that loan. So it was a trifecta for the tribe. It had the Nature Conservancy Fund providing the initial purchase and negotiation. It had Indian Land Capital Company, which is a privately owned company of Indian Land Tenure Foundation, provide the loan monies to purchase that. And then the Indian Land Carbon Credit provided a mechanism to service the loan. And after looking at that particular purchase, I began to think those purchases that are less than 1,000 acres, you could probably handle that without too much problem. But when it gets to be large acreage and you're looking at millions of dollars, most tribes don't have that. And if they do, then the seller sets the price and not the buyer, not the market. And Adelita and I and Emma, we can tell stories about submarginal land going at the highest price that seller can wrangle out of the tribe. And I think that if they have a plan mechanism, take a look at it, see how it's going to go. I learned that if you have more than one funding source, like the Nature Conservancy Fund, they'll only hold the land for 2 or 3 years, but they purchase it, giving the tribes an opportunity to go find the finances. Versus the seller wants money right now, all of it up front as they can do it. And the tribe is not a 501c3. If they do have one that's specific to land, they could probably offer the seller a donation mechanism, whereas Indian Land Tenure Foundation, as well as the Nature Conservancy Fund, we are able to offer those opportunities to the sellers.
Amelia, would you like to handle this question? Do you have any words of wisdom about any best practices to finance land purchase?
Honestly, that's something we're working on. We haven't done much in the realm of financing larger purchases, at least not recently. And so that's something we're looking into other sources and other ways. I know we did our biggest recent one was the Cloquet Forestry Center, which was 3,500 acres, 3,400 acres, valued at about, I don't remember how much it was, but it was determined to be a transfer free of charge from the state of Minnesota. And so sometimes, if you're lucky, you can convince governments to do what they probably should have done a while ago. But that's been our most recent large purchase. After that, we do have a lot of issues just with so many little tiny checkerboarded pieces on the reservation that we don't have those big 1,000+ acre purchases, just simply because of the location of Fond du Lac. It went out into a bunch of tiny little pieces. A lot of settlers came in and wanted those acres for themselves. So it has been much more of a approach individuals as they come. I know we've made like I said, deals with counties has happened before for tax forfeited stuff, but funding is definitely an area where we could stand to grow a little and get a better sense of where we could go.
Adelita, on Rosebud, are you thinking of ways to partner with nonprofits as intermediaries? When have you has Rosebud like increased your land base through any large purchases? And if so, how did that outcome occur?
Well, I think Howard could speak more on this one. One of the major or larger purchases that we have is the Mustang Meadows from the Day family down on the South Dakota-Nebraska border, but within our reservation boundaries. I worked for TLE then as an executive secretary. Howard was the director then. So I think he can talk more on that one. We have also concentrated on purchasing larger ranches because there are a lot in Todd County, Tripp, Gregory, within our 5 county boundaries. We purchased Hardgrass. I think that is over 18,000 acres. Krogman Plooster up in Millette County. That was a huge purchase. And a lot of our purchases working with, we had a great president of the bank in Wells Fargo here. And he worked with us and he knew the Isolated Tracts Act, which is only on the Rosebud, where you can purchase land and it'll go automatically in trust. But if you purchase through that, then it is a loan process and things like that. It's not really complicated, but it takes away from the 151, CFR 151. So, but I think Howard can elaborate on the Mustang Meadows because of how we had to mortgage certain tracts. That's isolated tracts. We mortgaged certain tracts, and then they were, titles and records. They were put under lien, and then once it was paid off, we did an FHA loan, I believe. But a lot of times we do go to the bank purchase, but we do have an acquisition line item in because that's the main reason why TLE is surviving today is the lease monies that we accumulate from the lands that we purchase, and then we use those for acquisitions.
I'll just summarize that purchase back in the 90s. So the individual had a Mustang contract with BLM, and he was a political favor of that administration that then lost, and so he lost his contract. He had all his acreage, and he needed a buyer, and all his surrounding neighbors would like him to break it up, and he didn't want to, so he came to the tribe, and so we negotiated with him for about 7-8 months, and he was doing a tax sale, which complicated the whole process. And that when we purchased the land and got the title, he immediately flipped it and bought a shopping center down in Phoenix. So that was part of the complication of all this. And he sold to us at appraised value and not market value. So we were given and taking, constantly given and taking. And then he turned around and we leased it to him for 5 years. So the whole situation, that's one of the things that I'd like to encourage people. If the seller is young enough and they want to continue to be part of that, of working with the land, you set up a short-term, 5 years or so, for them to still husbandry the land, keep it maintained, and then you can learn more about it as they transition out. Because it's always a question that comes up. You buy the land, now what? And then if you put that type of land up for bidding, then no one can afford that type of large bid. And so consequently, you end up at dividing it anyway. but we want to get away from that, and we have operators who can handle some of that large acquisition and management of large tracts. Adelita mentioned a law that's called Isolated Tracts Act that allowed the Rosebat Sioux tribe to mortgage their land and take the proceeds of the mortgage and go buy land. And when they buy that fee land, it shall go into trust. And there was a lot of debate about that back in the 90s. It was a law that was passed by Congress in 1966, which said sell, and then they modified it in 1969 that says sell or mortgage. And the tribe is able to utilize that quite a bit. The tribal governments have to be aware of their consolidation area, and that's a federal reg. And if that consolidation area is restrictive, they need to expand it, because it's one of the things the Bureau will work with you to expand it, but you have to have good justification. And once you expand your consolidation area, it opens up the door for more acquisitions.
So those answers bleed nicely into this next question, and it is about the process of converting fee simple land to trust status. So we'll start with Adelita, because it sounds like there's some unique laws on Rosebud Reservation, but I just want to know a little bit more about how that process works, and maybe we'll round it to Amelia, and then Howard can finish it off when people come to the Indian Land Tenure Foundation. Maybe they want to convert land from fee to trust. What are some of the comments and guidance that the Indian Land Tenure Foundation provides? So we'll start with Alita. How does that process work?
Most of the time we follow the 25 CFR, 151, but within the isolated tracts, if we purchase within the Todd County, the land is supposed to automatically go into trust with no comment period, things like that, with the state, county, even the city. However, we do have that, we always have that opposition. So it's always going to, the legal opinion, what we have to answer. Taxes are a huge thing that they always say that the land, takes away the revenue from the counties, the schools, things like that. However, our schools, the more trust lands, or the more trust lands that we have, and the children live on those lands, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, or Bureau of Indian Education, funds those lands, or funds the school per child if they live on trust lands. And that's something that nobody really argues about. We purchased a 2-acre, 2.3 something acre land within the city of Mission, South Dakota. It was a proprietary service, or it was a store. The tribe just came after us, told us, directed us to purchase it by resolution. We purchased it. However, the appraisals are another issue that we have, but the appraisal included the buildings or the outbuildings that were on the land. They didn't separate. We purchase land, we don't purchase buildings. The appraisal included all that. So I think the price of it was like $330-some thousand for 2 acres. So that in effect went back our fair market value, our values of our lands in Todd County drove up. So, but the Bureau's appraisals have never increased or decreased or whatever, but the land value did go up. for 2 acres, 2.38 acres that we purchased for 300 and some $1,000. You know, so there's a lot of things that we run into. There should have been a residential appraisal and then or a property appraisal, then a land appraisal, and we could have purchased the land. The outbuildings, things like that should have been separate. So just the differences in those types of things that we need to look at. But I think the isolated tracts really, however, do help us. We have very valuable land going east of our reservation, and those help us mortgage. We put those basically on mortgage, loans to the banks, and then purchase the larger lands. I think that's it.
Thank you. Amelia, how is the fee to trust process working and on Fond du Lac lands reservation?
It's a long, obnoxious process. And something that Adelita mentioned that I think should be mentioned is that every single tribe, every band, every reservation is going to have a different scenario due to geography and history and culture. It's going to function different. Like I just mentioned, we're not going to be making singular 1,000-acre purchases in the same way other tribes might be. So, but as far as the fee to trust stuff goes, we don't have any sort of automatic into fee to trust. There's some parcels we can try to put into automatic fee to trust, but for the most part, we have to go through a bunch of hoops to put in the application. We currently contract out with lawyers to help us with the legal process, just because it is very complex. A lot of back and forth, a lot of there was 2 words different from one document to the other, and they should have been the same wording. So now you have to do this again. Oh, and you have to refresh this every 6 months. So we got your site visit, but that was from 9 months ago, so we can't fully process this yet because it's now been 9 months and we need one every 6 months. So it's a lot of back and forth, a lot of tedious work. I have so many folders in my office, so many files related just to the bureaucracy of the fee to trust process. So we manage, and we've actually done really well. Speaking to that institutional thing, the people who came before me in this department did a lot to set up a relatively smooth fee to trust process, or at least clear steps for how to do it. But it's still a very time-consuming, frustrating process that we just try and chug through because the property taxes are a big drain, and on some degree just feel a little insulting, especially when they're within original reservation boundaries. The idea that, oh, we're going to lose out on property taxes without consideration of the fact that you're asking a sovereign government to fund your government. We don't really do that for, like, it's not like we say, Canada, you have land here, we're going to tax. There's a lot going on there. So it's just something we, like I said, chug through.
Howard, would you like to add some thoughts?
Yeah, I think that Adelita and Emma both talked about the CFR 25 15110 process, which is one process, and then there's on reservation, off reservation, and it gets complicated, and then there's gaming, so it gets even more complicated. But doing where tribes put land in trust, it is a process. It has to go through A through G. And I myself have purchased land in my little community of St. Francis, and I put it in trust. So I've had that experience of doing it individually. I had that experience of doing it for the tribe on reservation, off reservation. We bought land up near Sturgis that we went through the process. It just dragged on and dragged on and dragged on. And I think the key thing that I've learned is assign somebody to it. Make that part of their duties. And if the staff is overwhelmed, bring in someone to help with that, because if you accumulate the taxes that are paid, it gets to be very expensive. And after a couple of years, it might even be a whole staff person. And so you need to take a look at that. When the tribes are doing the cultural aspects as well as the environmental piece to take fee land into trust, it's better to do it beforehand, and you can mitigate it with the seller rather than after the fact, and then the sellers wash their hands of it, and it's not your problem, and so you end up having to struggle with that. Amelia mentioned that there's a time limit on title insurance commitments that you get. They're a year. The superintendent can extend them for some additional months as well as appraisals. So I think that the whole mechanism of going from fee to trust is a process that tribal leaders don't really understand. They hear about it, but if they step down a couple levels and get into the tribal land office, they find out that it is something that needs attention. And then individuals who want to put land in trust, there's no law against it. In fact, there's regulations that support it. And so individuals should be encouraged to do that. And it's literally the same process as a tribe, but it's usually smaller acreage and there's not much pushback. But I think that if the Bureau of Indian Affairs measures the tribe's land base by its trust land and not the trust land plus fee. So you might buy thousands and thousands of acres, but to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, your land base didn't grow at all. And the funds for those managing those lands don't increase, but your other responsibility did increase with the fee lands.
Thank you all. I could listen to experts talk about native land all day, but alas, we only have an hour. I want to wrap up with a quick question. So if we could try to answer it as quickly as possible, that'd be great. But I think we do need let's put a bow on this really interesting conversation about land recovery. So my question is, how does land data need to evolve in the future for tribes to maximize their current and future land holdings and operations? So what kind of better data or different data do we need to increase tribal land ownership? Anyone can go off mute.
I'll go real quickly. And I think one of the things in collecting data is what Adelita alluded to, and that is the impact aid, to show that if you tribes buy land and they acquire it and they put it in trust and it gets housing put on there, the school district benefits immensely. That's a real plus. And I think that if you do an analysis between the taxes that are imposed on it versus the impact aid will win every analysis.
I would say there's just so much data out there, and it's more readily available than ever. And finding ways to communicate with county data assessors or BIA data. BIA data got mentioned, which is a pain to get a hold of, but if you get a hold of it, it's incredibly useful in managing your land and figuring out what you have available, what you don't, um, what your best options are. So just trying to find as much of the data that is out there and trying to consolidate your data as well as consolidate your land into something that's referenceable and usable to help you make decisions and prove points.
I agree with as well. I mean, we have the resources. We have arrows in South Dakota and just north of Sioux Falls. Why can't all that data be collected there, so we could see the resources, see, those types of things? The Bureau or whoever is over the trust lands, which it is the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Land Titles and Records, their official record keeper of all trust lands, implement their data saying this is 8% allotted land or 8% undivided interest of individual allottees. The tribe owns, 92%. All of that. This land has water, everything on it. Why can't all those things be implemented and then we can go and get access to that to understand what that, because times are changing. We had floods, we had drought, we had all kinds of things. But what does that land? That land used to have a little dam, stock dam on it. Doesn't have it anymore. It's dried up. So how do we get up-to-date data and keep that? We have boots on the ground compliance people, but there's only so many miles they can go a day or get their boots on the ground and walk those things. What is the lands? What type of grassland is it? Does it have native grass? Does it have all of those things? If we could get something like that, that would be awesome for our tribes.
Adelita, Howard, Amelia, thank you so much. Thought this was a great discussion. Special thanks to Adelita and Howard. Today's a special day for Lakota Nation, so thanks for taking some time off during your holiday. I know I learned a lot, and I know the audience did as well. So
Yeah, I didn't wear my war paint, so you guys are lucky.
I was expecting some. But thank you so much. I'm going to pass this over to H, my colleague here at the CICD. Have a great day.
Bueno, thank you, H. Trussell. H. Trussell Dawota Jalage Etli Dagilosa. Hello, my name is H. Trussell, and I'm a citizen of Cherokee Nation. I am honored to be joined by the panelists today to discuss tribal fiscal policy and taxation in Indian country. I'm going to start us off with a presentation of some recent research from CICD's Survey of Native Nations around tribal taxation and public service. So one moment while I get that started. I am just going to reiterate that these views expressed here are my own and not necessarily those of the Federal Reserve System or the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. A key finding from the Survey of Native Nations is that of the tribes we worked with, less than 2% of their revenues came through taxation. Whereas you can see in this graph that nationally local governments collect 45% of their revenues from taxation. And this is a huge, huge gap. This graph also comes from the results of the Survey of Native Nations Despite the few revenues from taxation, you can see here that the tribes that participated in the survey provide such a variety of public services, from housing and community development to corrections, solid waste management and sewerage, job training and workforce development. It is all across the board. I just want to use this data to put in context the conversation we're about to have with our esteemed panelists. With that, I'm going to introduce each of you. Hope you don't mind me reading your bios. Former Vice President Danielle DeLong is a citizen of the Ho-Chunk Nation and a member of the Deer Clan. She has spent most of her career in education, including developing the St. Paul Ho-Chunk Nation Youth Center to support and uplift Native youth. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic and a desire to serve her nation in a broader capacity, she ran for a tribal legislator position and was elected in 2021 to represent District 4, which at the time served Ho-Chunk members living outside the state of Wisconsin. During her final year in office, she was elected by the legislature to serve as Vice President of the Ho-Chunk Nation. She has completed 4 years of service grounded in passion for education and women's advocacy. Thank you, Ms. DeLong, for joining us today. We also have joined with us Executive Director Effie Edcity. She is the Executive Director of the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission with over 14 years of experience in tribal government taxation. Since becoming Executive Director, she has guided her team to collect on average of $148 million in tax revenues for the past 3 years. Under her leadership, the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission has also been able to increase tax rates and implement their newest tax, the Nicotine Products and Electronic Smoking Products Tax. Thank you for joining me today.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
I am so excited for this conversation. So after seeing these results from the Survey of Native Nations, and based on your experience, what do you think are key considerations for tribal governments when making fiscal policy decisions? And Danielle, do you mind getting us started?
Sure, no problem. And happy to be here. Thank you for the invite. Effie, nice to see you again. I think the data that you shared is not surprising to see the broad spectrum of how tax revenues are being used based on the unique needs of each tribe and their communities. I think that's the same for the Ho-Chunk Nation, and the way that we allocated our tax revenues varied between a center for healing from addiction to tobacco cessation, our capital projects. So our tax revenues basically, and our goal is to make sure that there's long-term stability and sustainability within our programs and offerings to our tribal members and our communities. And I think taxation, typically gets a bad name or a bad rep because, I think of paying taxes to the state or federal government. But I think over time, tribes are beginning to see and benefit from tribal taxation, and it's evolving and transforming our tribal needs and allowing us to diversify our economic situations.
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, depending on what part of the United States you're in. My name is Effie Edcity. I'm the Executive Director for the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. Kia'ani, born for Tabahan, originally from New Mexico, but now residing in Arizona. So it's a little bit of my personal background there. Now, as far as taking into consideration making fiscal policies, decisions, of course, for the Navajo Nation, that really resides with the Navajo Nation Controller, Mr. Sean McCabe, and also with the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. So that's really not my area. I would per se, because mine is mainly taxation. However, with the many discussions that I've had with the controller and also with the budget and finance committee, there are a couple of general themes that were mentioned quite often, and that's usually compliance, transparency, accountability, and efficiency in creating these policies. So I would consider them the basic foundations of putting together sound fiscal policies. And I think those are really something that should be kept in the foreground when creating them for the tribal nations. Should be solid and sufficient.
Excellent. Thank you so much for these answers. I'm going to move on to question number 2. And you started answering that, Director Edsity. How should tribes use data for revenue generation, for diversification, and taxation? Do you mind starting us off a little bit with that?
Sure. I have a couple of ideas in this area here. In general, the data collected, it would help identify economic patterns and trends for the local economies, and that's not just for the tribal lands, but taking a look at border towns and the states. And based on what's prevalent there, what information you get from the data, I believe it'll show where compliance is needed, maybe, and it'll also provide opportunities to tackle any new issues. Again, I brought up the example of border towns to Native reservations. For the Navajo Nation, we have, I would say there would be Winslow, Arizona, there'd be Flagstaff, Page, Arizona. In New Mexico, we have Farmington, New Mexico, and definitely Gallup, Mexico. So the data doesn't tend to be skewed, but it would definitely it would be an eye opener to see what leaves the reservation and what comes back on the nation. So I think that data is really important to see what we can build here on the nation and keep on the nation. Because that's really what you want, is to keep the revenues here to grow the economy on the nation. And then also, taking a look at data collections, collecting the data information. That'll help us identify new tax revenue streams, and again, create the opportunity to update or implement new policies. The new revenue data streams, of course, depends on new technology, new businesses, and new trends coming up in the market. Some examples are going green, right? We have renewable energy companies coming to the nation and asking about their tax liabilities. Of course, there's also data centers that are popping up across the nation, not just with native lands, but across the U.S. Data centers are huge. And of course, that comes with pros and cons. And where does taxation fall in that area? Another example would be the COVID pandemic. It shifted everything to online streamlined sales, when we were so used to going into the brick and mortar stores and picking out items off the shelf for about a good, 5 to 6 years, maybe. A lot of our shopping came from online services, Amazon being big, Walmart, of course, eBay, and places such as those. And as far as examples for, looking at data, and it'll provide the opportunity to review our policies. There's always the opportunity for incentives to promote economic development on the nation. And it also gives the opportunity to improve our existing ones, because with the Navajo Nation, we have 10 business taxes. And looking at all the statutes and regulations there are huge opportunities that we can update and not necessarily rewrite, but definitely to review and update and see what we can do according to the data received.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I could go on that. There's also the responsibility of the data usage too, right? You want to use it in a more productive, positive way for the nation and your government. So those are just a couple of ideas that I have in that room.
Thank you. It's such an exciting topic that there's so much to talk about. So totally understand. Didn't mean to cut you off. Ms. DeLong, what are your thoughts around data for revenue, diversification, generation, and taxation?
I think I appreciated this speech, or I guess the presentation earlier on data sovereignty and thinking of data as kin. And that is profound to me because so much of our data and surveys that we do internally, or even the data like Effie had mentioned, that's coming in about just different trends that are happening, are so important to us as we maintain our tribal sovereignty. And taxation is definitely one of those ways that we can practice and be grounded in our sovereignty and plan for our future generations. But I think data provides us opportunities to look at how we want to diversify, because I can only speak for myself and what I know as far as the Ho-Chunk Nation is heavily weighted and dependent upon our gaming income and revenues. And we don't have as much diversification, economically speaking, that we would like to have, but getting that data could give us more information on how we could do natural resource management or renewable energy, and as well as always relying on our core values, our traditional principles, and basing our codes and laws and taxation on all of that.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. And it looks like we are joined by Secretary Harjo. Thank you for joining us. Do you mind if I read your bio real quick?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Secretary Harjo is a citizen of Muskogee Creek Nation, where he also serves as Secretary of the Nation. Secretary Harjo serves as the Chief Officer for all activities associated with Muskogee Nation's Uniform Commercial Code, economic development, financial literacy, policy development, project management, technical assistance, and more. His governmental division has been awarded, funded, and deployed more than $200 million in economic development and infrastructure projects since 2022. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Did you want to speak to this question that I just posed to Ms. DeLong and Director Edsity around how tribes should use data for revenue generation, diversification, and taxation?
Absolutely. For the Muskogee Nation, I think we have a balance of interest that I always like to evoke or explain when we talk about economic development, but also, where do those proceeds go, or where are those revenues that are intended to be generated? Where should they be invested? And like Navajo Nation and many other tribes that are larger, we're not a per cap tribe. Our ability to generate revenue doesn't match pace, necessarily with our population basis, which is some 103,000 citizens. So that changes our immediate investment perspective. And again, I think as it's sort of iterated already on this call and throughout the day so far, there is an absolute need for tribal governments to diversify their economies. And the nation has made a number of inroads in that regard. But our real basis, since we are not necessarily constantly implementing a passive revenue stream through income tax or taxation in other ways, is that we are very effective in gaming. So the biggest thing that we've been able to build our economy around is gaming, but there is again a need to diversify. And with the proceeds that we've generated and the revenue that we've generated, we've been able to invest in a number of, I would say, community benefits like owning 5 hospitals and managing 8 clinics through a self-governance model, and providing social services beyond what the federal government provides in our self-governance compact, as well as again the healthcare opportunities far beyond what the IHS formula provides. So, like I said, there's a balance of interest that has to be analyzed every time a tribe makes a new business investment endeavor. Again, what the long-term plan is with that revenue. And
awesome. Thank you so much for that answer. Really appreciate you jumping on at the last minute. I know we've had some technical difficulties with our particular panel today, but hopefully it's rounds out a little bit. So based on the presentation earlier that less than 2% of tribal revenues coming from taxation, I just want to ask, what are the barriers and opportunities you see? There's everything from jurisdictional overlap to, the non-members who live within our boundaries. Just there's so many things we could talk about when we're talking about barriers and opportunities. So would love to hear your thoughts. Ms. DeLong, do you mind starting us off?
Sure. I think what comes to my mind when it comes to barriers, and as I said before, I think taxation typically gets a bad rep because of, having to pay into state and federal, and especially for those of us who don't live on reservation or trust land. So I think in my experience, we, the legislature, tried to put forward a junk food tax, which would put a tax on any of our junk food. And the intention was to go forward with health and wellness efforts. And we'd seen other tribal nations that also are dealing with, high diabetes epidemics and childhood obesity and things like that, that made this tax, and it ended up benefiting their communities. So we tried it. However, it never went through because the tribal members didn't feel that it was a fair taxation, and they didn't want to deal with that. So we as legislators, we need to be representatives of our tribal people and follow our core values. And so we did not push that tax forward. And I think that's one of these issues and struggles, is that, yes, we as a legislature had the authority to do so, but we chose not to enforce or apply the taxation to junk food based on the data and the feedback from our tribal members. So I'll pass it on from there.
Awesome. Ms. Edsity, do you mind?
Yes, I can definitely chime in here. Let me see. I'm looking at the question here. The data shows that less than 2% of tribal revenues come from taxes. What are some of the barriers that I see? One of them is going to be the lack of or slow economic development on the nation. We just don't have the resources to build up as many brick and mortar stores or businesses on the nation, or even offering small business loans to local business owners. Another one, which is huge for my area, that's dual taxation with the surrounding states. So we deal with New Mexico, with Arizona and Utah, and the dual taxation, and it's huge. It's a hindrance for me. We have to enter into intergovernmental agreements or memorandums of understanding with the surrounding states to see what we can do to where they get their fair share and we get our fair share, of course. So that's another one of the barriers that I've thought about. Another one, of course, is the depletion of natural resources. Now we're looking toward renewable energies. And that's a new arena for me. Even though, it's been around for a couple of decades, but having it come to the nation is new and a new area for me to educate myself on. And then for my office, particularly, it would be to, as I mentioned before, update our tax laws, our statutes and regulations. Most of those were written in the 1980s and 1990s, which is nearly 50 years ago. A lot has changed within the past half century to where we would need to update our stats and regs to address the new taxation opportunities. And then you have administrative inefficiencies. And this also reflects on some of my office's setbacks. Is our just random, basic technology. We need to upgrade our systems, train personnel. We have to enhance our enforcement. And just to throw out some numbers there for you, according to the data that you had collected there, it showed that less than 2% of tribal revenues come from taxes. Well, for the Navajo Nation, we contribute, my office, the Office of Navajo Tax Commission, we contribute 21.5% of the tribe's revenue and budget, and that's just for the general funds. That's excluding federal money. Now, if you were to throw the federal money into the budget, make that pot a little bit bigger, taxation would probably bring in less than 10%. So that's just to kind of give you an idea of what my office brings in. And Danielle, you mentioned junk food tax. The Navajo Nation, we successfully launched that in 2014, and it came with a whole bunch of headaches. You cannot imagine the arguments that came up from local businesses. We had restaurants come to my office and tell us they are not selling quote unquote junk food, and their food that they provide was nutritious. It came down to, oh my gosh, just about defining what's considered nutritional, what's not. I mean, it's like defining a potato chip, and so yes, you can check over that. I do from time to time until it comes time to audit them, and then it's it's a whole other thing again. But we did have to I think we redid that policy maybe 3 times before we got it to where it's general enough to collect monies and still not be a huge detriment to the businesses and consumers. So it was created, let's see, I think that it went through legislation in 2012. So by 2014, it was fully implemented. And right now, let me see, so my office overall collected from October to now was about 1.8 million is what we've collected in junk food tax revenue. And it's 2% on top of our sales tax. So if you are able to get that off the ground, I encourage you to just keep going after it. Don't leave it there dormant. There's definitely revenue there.
I guess it is my turn to provide the Muskogee Nation's perspective. Can everyone hear me okay? I took my AirPods off to see if that changed maybe some of the audio. So it looks like I got some feedback that it's much better now. We'll roll with it. But we have a very similar approach to taxation, and we leverage a license plate tax, and that's probably our most significant revenue generator year to year in terms of our taxation revenue. The limit on that is, just the number of citizens that we have. We're fairly large. We're not Navajo Nation large. We have 103,000 citizens, of which about 45,000 live within reservation. But any of our citizens that live in the state have access to our tribal tax. And again, that's just one form of taxation, but there's an upper limit to, what we're going to be able to generate with that year after year. And with that in mind, we've analyzed a number of other different forms of taxation, specifically post the McGirt versus Oklahoma decision. One of the things that we've argued and gone back and forth with the state on is income tax. And unlike, I think, many of the other tribal solutions in other states where a compact is negotiated, it's our position that we don't need a compact to negotiate many of these forms of taxation within reservation. And frankly, we prefer no compact because under a certain federal law, case law, and under a number of the language of many of our treaties, it indicates that our law, when we enact it through whichever forms of government we choose to enact it, should reign supreme and should preempt state law. And that's the position that many of our initiatives have taken. But that's only as good as we can convince our non-tribal partners, and many times. So we've had a number of case law where we're interpreting our position to mean that the tribe's taxation and the business relationship under BRAC balancing or other, again, case law satisfies the taxation regime where they're subject to the tribe's taxation and not necessarily the state's. But it's kind of the wild, wild west in terms of how many of our non-tribal vendors will accept our legal analysis when they get threatening letters from the state. So the taxation on that front is somewhat of a challenge to enforce off of trust property within our reservation. So unlike Navajo and some of the other tribes, or I should say, unlike Navajo, but like many other tribes, our reservation was allotted, and we have large tracts of trust property and lands within it, but we also have a majority of fee simple and unrestricted or restricted lands, which are slightly different from trust, especially, of course, fee simple. So the navigating of the tax regime over that, the different land sets is very different. But I'll finish my comments with this. As I think has been clearly iterated, there's a much greater enhanced need for increased tribal taxation revenues, whether that's through new revenue schemes or new regulatory authority. And two of those ways that the Muskogee Nation is looking to develop is doing a reservation-wide alcohol tax that would apply to tribal and non-tribal vendors. And in Oklahoma, we have a very healthy, we'll say overproductive medical marijuana industry. And so there's federal laws that support both the tribe's interests and ability to be a regulatory authority within the reservation for things such as alcohol, things such as marijuana. And we're looking to make some policy and legal decisions on that front that absolutely would impact, our taxation authority and regime, so to speak. And so those are some of the areas, again, where we're looking to expand some of the revenues possible through taxation. But the last thing I would mention is we're working on a very interesting project with the city of Tulsa where we have fee simple property within our reservation. And we've negotiated a TIF district, a tax and criminal financing district with the city of Tulsa to the tune of $201 million, where we're developing property with a probable development bill north of $300 to $400 million. But because we've come to the city with an agreement, we're setting aside our tax disputes, both the city and the tribe. There's no dispute that for this agreement period, all of the tax revenue generated, be it sales tax, property tax, whatever other tax you might have generated within this property, goes back to the tribe for developing it for a period of not less than 15 years, not more than 25 years. And that mechanism and that model is one that has just started, I think, taken off in Oklahoma. We're the second tribe to negotiate a TIF district with a municipal government and leverage, a public-private investment scheme, so to speak, in some of the largest urban centers in Oklahoma City, and now in Tulsa. And so I believe in Oklahoma specifically, we're ripe for more of those municipal and tribal partnerships as both a mechanism and a reflection of state law as well as tribal sovereignty. But that is, I would say, unique to Oklahoma. And I don't know if it's replicable in many other tribes or in states, depending on the relationship, as well as, many other states have different laws related to TIF districts. And so for many tribes in Oklahoma, and particularly for Muskogee Nation right now, we stand to benefit a great deal by working with the state. And while not foregoing our own interpretation of tax law, coming to an agreement that sets aside all of those issues for that period of time and unquestionably routes that tax revenue back to the nation, which, we've never seen those types of tax revenues in the amounts of 200 million or more for any set period of time. So it's really exciting. And if there's more questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but I'll probably talk a little bit more about the TIF districts and follow-up questions. So thank you.
Yeah, I was not expecting TIF districts to come up, to be honest. As a tribal planner, as an urban planner, that is just so exciting to hear about tribes being able to access this kind of taxation mechanism that is so common to municipalities. So huge congrats on that. That is quite the accomplishment. I don't know if folks want to jump in and chat a little bit more about TIF or other kinds of, taxations.
I would like to add one more thing, actually.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
And one of the really big, I would say, attractive ideas with this TIF negotiation with the city of Tulsa is again, it's entirely within our reservation. So one of our biggest leveraging pieces was after the period of performance of not less than 15 years, not more than 25, the city is heavily incentivized to renegotiate with the tribe so that we continue developing the property, continue developing that portion of the city. Because of course, everything around it stands to benefit immensely from property tax and property development, et cetera, access to amenities. But we, our wild card that we continue to hold up our sleeve is at the end of that period, the tribe could just move to put that land into trust within our reservation. And then most of the city's authority is removed in terms of taxation, or at least heavily questioned and scrutinized and put to, a Bracker balancing test situation. But in the meantime, we're also hoping that our other pending federal court cases that seek to clarify the tribe's authority or reaffirm our authority, I should phrase, to tax within the reservation, clarifies again any follow-up activity that could happen in 15 to 25 years. So we believe that not only is it right now in the city's best interest to negotiate with the tribe, it's in their best interest for us to keep that fee simple land as a development property for years to come. Either way, the tribe still gets its tax revenue, and that's one of the biggest things that I've wanted to establish through partnership and through negotiation without it going through the courts and without it requiring some sort of federal decision on some level. And instead, working it out with the local municipal partner has turned out to be at least one of our solutions in the near future within our reservation. So that leveraging piece is incredibly important, though, because without, I think, that bit and ultimately the threat that the city won't stand to benefit at all if they don't continue to work with us. Has really kept things in a very positive light. So that's a very incremental and instrumental piece to that negotiation.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, that sounds like quite the opportunity, quite the way to overcome some of that barriers around dual taxation issues. That actually gets me to one of my last questions for you all before we turn towards Q&A from the general audience. And it is, how have you seen tribal taxation authority evolve? And just thinking about it over like a huge chunk of time, thinking about that within the context of the data that I shared, this particular situation of each of your nations. How has it evolved, and kind of in what ways? Effie, do you mind starting us off? You're on mute again.
Yes. I can, I have a couple of ideas in this area. Well, one of them, which is huge, as I mentioned before for my office, is technology. And that's both reporting and paying, right? And getting our nomination tax laws up to date with what's going on around the world now. Just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, in our stats and regs, it talks about submitting a return with a wet ink signature. And, you know, you can go get your PDF, Adobe software, you can do a digital signature. But according to our laws, we can't, quote unquote, accept that. You know what I mean? And it's just small changes such as that. A big one, another big one would be compliance. Compliance has changed over the years. And I think one of the other areas to really, we didn't think about it until it showed up, right? And that was the pandemic. That was something that just caught everyone off guard. I mean, the global market, everything. So that's, I can see how policies and compliance and collection has changed over the past, I would say within the past 10 years at least. I mean, like every year something comes up with different situations. And of course, and the data that you collected does reflect that also. And it's just a matter of breaking down which areas you want to look at and investigate.
Yeah, thank you, Director Edsity. Ms. DeLong, do you want to kind of chime in here a little bit? You know, from your perspective as former vice president of Ho Chunk Nation, you know, getting your start in tribal politics during COVID. Like, what have you seen?
Right. I think, you know, as Effie said, most of our laws and our codes were established in the 80s. And then I think our tax code, I don't even know what year our tax code was initiated or enacted. But just like any of our laws, they're living and changing constantly just because of the fact that the needs of our communities and people are changing and evolving. So I know for sure that our tax code originally just started with taxing tobacco and fuel. And then over the years, we added alcohol in our hotel lodging, or we have RV campsites and things like that. So adding additional taxes there. But then during the pandemic is when we didn't necessarily add more to what we tax. It's where we added where the revenue goes to, based on the needs that we could no longer support based off of sole gaming revenue. So we had to, I guess, widen the projects and the programs that we support through our taxation revenue, just due to the decrease in gaming revenue. And that was what is so difficult about heavily relying upon sole gaming revenue. So I would say that it's just like any one of our other laws. It consistently evolves and changes based on the demands and the data that we get. I think H lost her lighting again.
It's true. It's true. This is not my regular office, and it seems to think that I sit very still. I don't know why. Secretary Harjo, would you like to talk a little bit about how Tribal Taxation Authority has evolved?
Sure. I kind of mentioned one of the ways, of course, through TIF districts and looking at capital stacks through, again, a different lens of tax access or taxation access. Is part of our new portfolio of, we'll say, tax opportunities. But one of the other ways that I think we're really building out in the post-McGirt landscape here in Eastern Oklahoma is having tax officers, boots on the ground, have civil authority beyond just what's iterated in the tax code. Maybe the tax code supports our tarot office and supports citations for businesses that have a contract with the nation, and not just that. Maybe they're also enforcing the civil authority of the nation as it relates to certifications for construction sites. I mean, there's other ways that we're looking at the taxation revenue and the taxation, I would say, regime of the nation being expanded or utilized to enforce other civil matters of the nation across the board. And so, and one of the other, I would say, interesting things that hasn't been talked about, and maybe Navajo is in a similar position, We cover such a large geographical land base. We're roughly the size of New Jersey. And in portions of our reservation, large chunks of it, we're the primary service provider. And it's not the state that provides either healthcare or funding for road projects or fire departments, et cetera, et cetera. The one area where we're primarily different than, a tribe like Navajo or another very large land-based tribe is not all of our reservation is in trust. So the state absolutely has land interest, taxation interest in some of the same terrain that we do. And that puts the question, from the local stakeholders, be they tribal citizens or not tribal citizens, who should I go to for my services? And we've had, of course, a number of tribal citizens, tell us they would prefer to pay whatever property taxes, income taxes, sales tax, anything. They'd prefer that to go to the tribe. And, we agree with that assessment. But the unique thing is when a municipal government says the same thing and they're non-tribal. They're like, we don't get anything, but we don't get any benefits from the state government when it comes to fire protection. We don't get any benefits when it comes to rural healthcare. We don't get any benefits when it comes to fixing our energy infrastructure that half the town relies on. It's like, for those things, we come to the tribe. How do we file, under your Secretary of State office, which is my office? And so we get those very unique questions. And, while I think there's a lot of case law that would cloudy or, make the waters kind of cloudy in terms of jurisdiction, there's also a lot of questions, again, that haven't really been asked, I think, in a modern context where, again, a non-tribal populace is maybe coming to an agreement on their own volition to be subject to the tribe's laws because they're maybe able to access greater benefits or greater resources under the tribe's laws versus the state. And so I don't know where that conversation is headed yet, but certainly, we're not in a position to provide free services. So then that goes into the realm of taxation. And if we did negotiate an agreement with the municipal government for governmental services, like if we agreed to install a fire department in one of our rural municipal areas that doesn't have one, what consistent revenue streams could we work out with the city or the local partner on the ground, or maybe the county, to cover those annual expenses without it just being, a recurring cost for the tribe that comes, from our business revenue as opposed to any sort of taxation revenue. So I would say those are, again, some of the unique questions we're facing here in Eastern Oklahoma. And they're not a bad place to be, especially when we're either superseding what our state counterparts are capable of, or providing on-par services. So it's been exciting.
Thank you. I have two more questions for you all. One has just come in through the chat, and it is about how taxes impact people differently by income status. Sales tax and property taxes tend to be pretty regressive and impact low-income individuals the most, whereas income taxes is kind of the most progressive. So does this impact what kind of taxes you think about implementing, or does it depend more on which is the most feasible? So it's kind of that balance between regressive taxes such as sales and property, and then income taxes as progressive. Ms. DeLong, can I start it off with you, since we were just talking about junk food taxes?
Sure. I think this one is a little bit, I guess, over my level of experience. I think, as a tribe, we only, like I mentioned, taxed on tobacco, fuel, alcohol, and lodging. And I don't owe sales tax, merchandise tax. So I have no idea like how that would apply. And it's not based on your income. It is just a general overall tax.
Mhm.
So it is definitely doesn't adjust based on the individual's income. So I don't know. I would defer to the experts on this panel here.
Secretary Harjo, do you want to speak to that, since we were just talking about income, it involves income tax, and you were just speaking about that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's not only a fair question, but at the end of the day, most people, don't prefer to pay any taxes of any kind. So it's reasonable to not only make that a consideration and its impact on the daily lives of citizens, especially, tribal citizens often sit at the margins of economic opportunity and the cost of living. So that's a very realistic analysis that we have to consider. And I think when we were formulating with the income tax that we're looking to enact, I mean, it certainly considers those realities as well. And at the most, we never wanted to be directly on par with the state when it came to those tax rates, so that citizens that otherwise wouldn't be paying a tax or are already paying a tax would, if anything, see a decrease in their overall taxation, while the meat and potatoes still went to supporting initiatives like healthcare and emergency services access, things like that. But directly in terms of the lowest income individuals being the most impacted by, I will say, lower levels of taxation like income or sales tax and property tax, those are really hard to target. But we do have currently a couple of programs with our housing department that are designed to offset the long-term tax burden or tax liability for citizens that own homes. And so if they own a home within our reservation, we have a what do you call it? A fee to restricted or fee to trust application process where we try to reduce their overall tax liability by, again, removing it from the local taxation jurisdiction by putting it back in restricted or trust status. And so that's one of the ways that we've attempted to alleviate it. But as far as our overall tax regime that we're proposing, those are, I think, real considerations that will have to be adjusted in real time as they impact citizens. And so, some of the things that you can prepare for, I think the overall rates, especially for income tax, you can be more generous and project things more accurately that way. But it's also hard to say, how a sales tax will impact people that regularly access tobacco products. I mean, it just is difficult to calculate, other than that it exists and is an additional cost that people have to be prepared for. But from the other argument, from an economy standpoint, things like tobacco or even a tax on your Starbucks, those are luxury taxes. It's not quite the same as food and gas or utility costs. So there is some give and take there, but I don't think I fully answered the question, but I think that's the best I got this time.
So let me take a stab at this one. Okay. So with the Navajo Nation and the 10 taxes we administer here, they're based on businesses. They're taxes on the businesses, so not on the individuals themselves. So there's that distinction, first of all. Secondly, the nation at some point, I'm sure I can look in the files here. I've heard discussions on implementing or creating an income tax. I personally have issues with using the term income tax, so I'm trying to find a creative way on how that would work. And of course, this is where data comes in, right? All the research and the numbers comes in. Take a look at our unemployment rate. What does that look like? Take a look at how many are on assistance from the state or from the federal government, and is that tax? So it involves a lot of research and a lot of background to even try to put pen to paper on that one. And as far as low income, high income with the taxes that we have, but one of the latest discussions that we've had in that arena was with the junk food tax, because a lot of our citizens here receive SNAP benefits, EBT, food benefits on their little cards that they get every month. Is that taxable? And then, which is not, by the way, right now, nation, that type of thing. But then it also made us realize, well, how much of the junk foods were being sold or being bought with assisted monies anyway. So that was also areas where just taking a look at general statistics. and how that affected the tax collections. But otherwise, for the nation, there's really no distinction between the high and low income status. It's just taxes based on this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I have one question left. Let's try to answer it in like a minute or less each. It should be, as you know, we are at a data summit. So, what data would you like access to around taxation, just generally, and for Indian country as a whole? With that, Director Edsity, do you mind starting us off?
Sure. I am a big numbers person, so definitely statistics are my thing. I would definitely look at demographics, not only on the nation, but as I mentioned before, it would be demographics and pulling data from local border towns to take a look at that. Take a look at the constituents on the nation and population. You know, we have 110 chapters. And census right now is like 400,000, right? And we have a huge number and a lot of ground to cover, literally. So just any type of, you know, and so demographics is a huge one. Another one is taking a look at our businesses on the nation. I'd like to see what gross receipts look like, how many business transactions happen on the nation. And then we're talking like physical presence on the nation, but there's also service providers out there. And then, as I mentioned before, online and streamlined sales. What does that look like? How much is Amazon selling to the nation? What are we missing out on? So those are some of the areas that I would, just to start off with, right? Just to start off with, those are the areas that I would definitely like to take a look at those numbers.
Awesome. Secretary Harjo?
Yeah, I would like to know, you know, two other metrics related to taxation in general. One of the metrics is how many, we'll say, governmental either investments that tribes miss out on, like when we recruit international business, whether that's a tax credit, you know, through the state's tax regime, or you know, the opportunity to have bonding in the same capacity as our, we'll say, sister governments. I would like to see some numbers put together about, again, what's the economic loss or opportunity that tribes miss out on by not being able to do the same, you know, legal structures or, again, tax credit structures that our peers do to attract business within our jurisdictions. That's number one. Number two, one of the areas that I would like to see more data on is to what degree tribes have taken, you know, their economic arms, be they from taxation or from gaming, and turn those into investment mechanisms for, of course, other endeavors, for workforce development, for just diversifying their economies in general. And, you know, see how many tribes have made that successful transfer from, again, a singular or almost singular income source to multiple funding sources. You know, in Oklahoma, again, we're very prominent with gaming, and at least a handful of the tribes have turned that into a much greater economic development beyond gaming. But I'm curious again what the average turnaround nationally is. You know, if you have a major driver, whether that's gaming or a C-store or whatever it is for your community, how effectively are we able to then internalize that investment and, you know, make other larger ones? So I think that's what part of the summit is all about. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
I think as far as I'm concerned, the Ho-Chunk Nation and their tax code is still pretty, I don't know, it's growing. And I would love to see more of like how other tribes are gathering their data and using taxation codes and laws to benefit in a long-term situation for their communities. I think yes, as Zachariah and Effie had mentioned, you know, getting those demographics. We still need to we live in like 10 communities. We don't have a reservation. We have trust lands that are parceled throughout the state of Wisconsin and Minnesota. So I think just getting an idea, data on small business developments, like whether or not they exist in our territories and jurisdiction would be great. And then, yes, understanding and finding the data on any of the intergovernmental revenue agreements that could be possible. And I think that's it.
Awesome. Thank you. And I do have to plug our data tools here at CICD. Please check them out. And we're always updating them, trying to make them better, developing new tools all around economics and demographics. So definitely check those out. And thank you all so much for joining me today. Really appreciated this. Love the conversation. And with that, I do need to turn this over to my colleague, Jennifer Chadwick. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, H. That was a fantastic panel. I think that there's some great conversations to have around taxation and some really great opportunities that tribes have in front of them, and some creative solutions that seem to be transpiring. So thank you for sharing that. And I wanted to say to the rest of you all, good afternoon, and welcome everyone to the session of the role of data in financing capital weaving in Indian country. I'm Jennifer Chadwick, Community Development Advisor with the Kansas City Federal Reserve and an enrolled citizen of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. It is my pleasure to serve as your moderator for today's last panel. So congratulations, you made it to the end, or hopefully you'll finish out with us. I would like to remind you that the views shared today are those of the panelists and does not reflect the views of the Federal Reserve System. In this afternoon's panel, we'll explore how tribal nations can leverage financial, social, and economic data to strengthen feasibility for capital projects and to effectively weave multiple funding sources. As many of you know, Native communities often face distinct and persistent challenges when trying to access capital. Trust land statutes can limit collateral options. Federal and private financing programs often have differing and rigid requirements, and inconsistent data availability can create barriers to finalizing projects. In addition, differing timelines, limited understanding of tribal sovereignty, and chronic underinvestment across the Indian country further complicates efforts to secure financing for communities' infrastructure and development. Before we dive in, I want to first offer a brief explanation of terms you'll hear throughout today's discussion. Stacking capital, or capital stack, and weaving capital, or capital weave. A capital weave refers to the mixture of funding sources such as grants, loans, tax credits, equity, or philanthropic dollars that are layered together to finance projects. In contrast, capital weaving, for many tribal capital projects, is the word that they prefer to use, or the phrase they prefer to use, which describes how Native communities braid and align diverse funding sources in a way that honor tribal sovereignty and meets community needs, while navigating differing programs, rules, timelines. Some believe capital weave reflects more of a holistic, sovereignty-centered approach to financing, which is essential for projects in Indian country. Our conversation this afternoon will highlight both the opportunities and the obstacles tribal communities encounter when weaving capital through aligning data, sovereignty, and financing tools, and how strategic community-driven use of data can help overcome these barriers and unlock long-term investments. We're fortunate to be joined by three individuals with deep experience through their work. First, I'd like to introduce Mike Kirk, the Executive Affairs Director for the Pawnee Nation Behavioral Health Center and a member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation. He's here to provide a community and tribal center perspective from his experience leading a recent capital project. We are also joined by Mike Leddy, the Senior Managing Director and Group Head of Native American Financial Services at Huntington Bank and a descendant of the Navajo Nation. He'll be sharing his decades of leadership experience in forming tribal-led projects on financial structure and capital access. And finally, Ted Piccolo, the Senior Director of Indigenous Futures at Mission Driven Finance and a member of the Colville Confederate Tribes, will provide insight on how private markets and lenders support and shape financial paths for capital access and economic development in Indian country. Thank you all for agreeing to speak with us today. So, to help our audience understand your work, could each of you share a brief introduction about your organization and describe your work that you do in improving access to capital in Indian country? And so, Ted, would you like to kick us off?
Sure. I really appreciate being here. It's I can't believe I'm sitting here on a panel with Mike and Brian. I've arrived. I feel like I've arrived now in the world. So these guys are both top level folks in their industry. I've, as you mentioned, Colville tribal member. I've been in the native CDFI industry for almost 20 years, and that's what I have brought over to Mission Driven Finance, and the colleagues, the relationships that I've built through the native CDFI industry, and seeing that industry grow and being able to pull them into larger projects in Indian country, whether it's their private businesses or tribal development itself, infrastructure projects, and being able to see folks like it's great seeing Mike, hearing Mike talk. I can't wait to hear more of him. His work, what he's done in decades of work in Indian country, in the banking industry, and now how native CFIs are able to, with their flexible capital, come in and unlock some things that are able to engage and release larger sums of money. So I don't even know if I answered your question, Jennifer. I kind of got rolling, but whatever I missed, I'm sure Brian or Mike can pick that up. So
I enjoy your enthusiasm. I know it's late in the afternoon, and so I'm thankful that we've got a little bit of injection of energy, and I think you're kicking us off great. So thank you so much. Mike, did Ted miss anything? Do you feel like he covered everything?
One of the things about Ted is he's kind of modest. One of the things that I think that is a very powerful message that CDFIs have developed for the financial community at large. I characterize it as CDFIs no longer waited on larger financial institutions to deploy capital. That game has been played for a long, long time. The financial community at large has a significant amount of learning to do, and taking a pause at some of the things that CDFIs have done individually, but more importantly, what they've done collectively to bring capital to Indian country, where I think the financial community in general has some significant pause. A lot of it is related by their risk assessments and all of the things that they have from a regulatory environment. CDFIs have put together a process, especially with the capital weave solution that has come forth, that does two things. Number one, brings capital together in a more meaningful way by collaborating together. And number two, dispelling the myth of risk. Because I think what the CDFIs have done in general, especially through the efforts that Ted has led, have been able to deliver capital with the risk assessment in mind, not necessarily driving the decision, but keeping it in mind and knowing that the more successful capital projects are developed, the easier it will be to repeat that and recirculate that capital. So let me tell you a little bit about me. I've been in the banking industry now going on 5 decades. I worked for one financial institution for 47 years, 9 months, and thought that there was an opportunity and a horizon to do other things, kind of dedicate life to family and other opportunities. Right at the time that I was doing that, someone within the company that I retired from said, there's another financial institution looking up at starting a Native American financial services practice. Would you give them some advice?
And it's always been my perspective that there aren't enough financial institutions that are delivering solutions to Indian country in a comprehensive manner. I think they do it based on the verticals that they have inside their organization. And in the event that there's a need for a solution by the design of financial institutions, clients get handed from one department to another. And my observation was, gee, that's a really great way to train your client how to do business with your bank. Shouldn't that role be reversed? Shouldn't the financial institution take time to become the voice of that client, reach into the bowels of their organization for solutions that are relevant to that specific need? And Indian country deserves that kind of comprehensive view. So the ability to stand up another option for Indian country to be able to bring a comprehensive solution mindset, become the voice of that client, and take it inside an organization that has all of the capacities and tools, and bring those as ideas to the tribal community was something and is something that I'm passionate about. It's mission driven for me. I really want to be able to educate the financial community on how to do business in one of the safest places there is in this country, and that's Indian country. So I came out of retirement after 45 days and started up a new organization. And we're number one, have a lot of capacity. It's a $280 billion bank, and we're about leveraging all of those tools. Huntington's been in this business for 2 years. The individuals representing Huntington in this space have 160 years combined experience. So it's a great start.
Wow, retirement of 45 days. Congratulations.
Yeah, the worst 45 days of my wife's life.
Oh my goodness. And Brian, I know you're bringing the tribal perspective. Why don't you just share a little bit about the Pawnee Nation Behavioral Health Project, and kind of give us a little bit of a background on that.
So I've been working for Pawnee Nation. August of this year will be 10 years. And one of the biggest projects that we were looking at and having a master's in public health is trying to figure out ways that we can increase our services to our community, but at the same time, look at ways that we can diversify economically. So one of the driving factors about in 2018 was looking at one of the biggest issues that our community was seeing was access to treatment when it came to mental health and substance use disorder, and looking for treatment. But at the same time, Pawnee Nation is a direct service tribe. They are a smaller tribe, so they all at the same time want to figure out avenues and methodologies to figure out how they could kind of bring all that in-house. So one of the things that they wanted to try was to get in the health sector was, let's address the issue that we're seeing in our community by providing a residential detox and an outpatient type of treatment facility, almost kind of like a one-stop shop. But look at ways that we can start getting in the healthcare sector, providing services, and then we can kind of piggyback off that in a way of like creating wraparound services. If that's, branching into the IHS sector of looking at those type of services that are being provided, or getting some other additional services of looking at transitional housing, sober living, or just do an expansion on our beds itself. So at that time, we were looking at seeing what we could do as a tribe to increase services that a lot of our tribal members and community members were facing, and having this almost revolving door of people going in the judicial system, coming back out, and kind of almost doing a repeat cycle, but not addressing the root cause that we were seeing with our tribal members, is really educating and providing a quality service and addressing the issues at hand, if that was mental illness or if that was SUD type of services. Like, how can we pinpoint those type of quality care into our community that turns our individual tribal members and communities folks back in the community as, working citizens or educational individuals or just cultural leaders, if that's something of interest as well. So we really dived a little bit deeper and trying to build this facility, not only just from economic standpoint, but a community type services to address the bigger issue that we were seeing in our community.
Fantastic. So when you all were looking to build your capital stack there for the Pawnee Nation and the Pawnee Nation Behavioral Health Center, Brian, what was some of the data that was needed to collect for your project to be viable for lenders or potential funders who were interested in participating in your capital weave?
Well, first, it's kind of our selling, our working in tribal governments, one of the selling features that we have to do is get tribal leader support as well as community support. First and foremost, before we even start looking at, financial institutions or how do we come up with the capital stack. So we first started off with a HRSA grant. We spent 2 years, almost kind of a grassroots approach, where we were heavily involved in our community, in doing surveys, town hall meetings, talking to families, dealing with folks that are dealing with addiction, and then folks that were dealing with addictions themselves, and just really get tribal leader support. So we spent 2 years of gathering data because we didn't just want to build this 26,000 square foot facility. It's going to have numerous beds. It's going to provide numerous type of services. We wanted to make sure if we built something this large that it would be something that the community would utilize. So we wanted to make sure that we had data to make sure that, hey, what we're seeing from a programmatic individuals as staffers, that, hey, this is what the community is voicing. This is what the community is really leaning on seeing, because they not only want to help themselves, but they want to maybe help their uncles and aunties and all them above, that saying, hey, these are the issues that are going on in our community and we need help. So we spent those 2 years getting that information, but that was valuable information that we can use to also go back and show our tribal leadership. We also had to work with the state of Oklahoma in doing a needs assessment to justify at that time, before they removed that policy. I forget what it was, but we had to justify these beds, so in the north central part of Oklahoma, there wasn't at that time any beds. And we found out that the state, when it came to treatment, was a little bit about 3,000 beds short, just from a state perspective. So we kind of justified that, we would be the first state certified facility in the north central part of Oklahoma that would provide these services. And we almost was serving 5 counties. Now we are, last week is our first year anniversary. So we've been open for a year. And not only that we're serving our 5 counties, we're seeing folks come from Anadarko, Lawton, a little bit outside of our service area, because there are folks that need beds that are transporting their folks to our type of facility. So that data was crucial, just to show that, hey, the need is there, our people are needing it and wanting it. And then we can justify it from the state to help offset some of those numbers that they were seeing from a shortage. But then when we came back to doing a lot of our data was showing the economic impact study, the studies that we would see if we were address this in our community, how much, not only from an economic side of it that would offset kind of the bank financing, but the indirect effect that it would make when you look at folks that are going in and out of our judicial system, that the tax dollars that are going to people that are being incarcerated, the folks that are going into different social type of services. Now we have a capability to show that not only through our infrastructure, we're able to make a economic profit on it as well, that we can reinvest that in the community. But now we're, from a state standpoint, we're offsetting some of those tax dollars that are utilizing if a folks wasn't utilizing those social type of services. Now they can be going elsewhere, so they can reinvest those dollars on a state standpoint of education or other social services type of programs that they want to do. So those are the things that we were looking at that would not only impact us directly, but going back to the state and the tribe of looking at some of our social services, when you talk about our ICW program, our substance abuse type programs, and all those that we can reinvest those type of services back into our community by helping individuals that come through our doors.
Wow, that seemed quite layered, or quite a bit of weaving of the importance of data. So I pitched the next question to both Ted and Mike, and Ted will let you answer first. But it's coming from a lending perspective. What is some of the data that financial institutions are needing from projects like Brian? You know, they're collecting a whole lot of data. What's some additional data that a financial institution is looking for?
Well, you know, it's going to be really boring here at first, but boring oftentimes gets things done, right? You just heard from Brian the stuff that happened there. The Karen Spring flour mill that we did last year, that was a multi-layered, many lending institutions that brought a $70 million flour mill to Utah. It all kind of starts with boring, okay? So let's try and make accounts receivable exciting again. That's a joke. But come prepared, and let's have the data from a lender standpoint. Let's have some solid projections. Bring your solid projections. What are the economics really like in this? You hate to boil everything down to economics, because there are other impacts, right? The social impacts that come from the jobs, the ripple effect of the jobs. All that stuff is great, and that helps, and we get a lot of that. But to move the ball, to get the ball moving off the schneid, so to speak, is let's have the economics. What is this project going to cost? What do you have? What do you think you've got covered right now? How will this get paid back? And what all do you have in the weave already started? You already have access to some grants. You already have access to some capital that's coming. So if you're coming to a Mike or a Ted with a project, have that information available, because it all helps. We get to see the mosaic, right? It's you think of a woven basket and the pattern that's put into the basket. The more of that pattern that can be brought to bear when it comes to us, the easier it is for us as lenders to see it. Oh, that's what it's going to look like when it's done, right? This is going to be a tightly woven basket. It's going to carry items that you don't want to fall out, or it's going to be a loosely woven basket that needs to be bigger and light, right? We at least we get an idea. But the economics, the accounts receivable, the things that sound boring, but have them ready. Have them ready, and have your team engaged for the follow-up questions. One of the things that happens, and I don't know if I'm jumping ahead here, and wrangle me back if I am, or just skip the question later, but have your team ready to engage further and swiftly. And I don't mean swiftly like, okay, this has to be done right now, but at least on a regular cadence. We're working on a project now where we have developed a regular cadence, a weekly call with the developer and the tribal leadership. So we know, okay, the developer who's pulling together all the data, they're on the same speed, they're moving at the same pace as us, right? And now we also know that the tribal government is involved in this. They're here weekly. We're all having these same on a weekly cadence. So you find a cadence that works, so that as information that's needed by the lender comes up, you know you're never going to be more than, in this case, a week behind, or maybe it's a month behind. Whatever speed you want this thing to move, which is another data point. What speed do you want it to move? Is this we're going to do this next year, or is this we've got to get this thing done in October type question? That's a question that you got to answer. And so it's the boring numbers, which it's really hard for me. But we got to do it, right, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think if you take a look at the role of financial institutions and capital providers in general, they are looking to deploy capital on the premise that they'll get 100% of it back with some sort of repayment premium associated with that, the interest that it takes. So in order to get to a decision that says go, I want to deploy capital, Ted's got it nailed spot on. The amount of information that is prepared demonstrates two things. Number one, I, as a sponsor of a capital need, whether I'm a tribal government, a business enterprise, tribal member in a small business, you know, any one of those categories, I should be able to say, I have a need for capital, and if it is for a refinance event, those are easier to analyze. It's a refinance event. Here's the amount of capital that I need. Here's my historical financial performance. Here's the free cash flow that I demonstrate that I have historically generated. And it is sufficient to cover indebtedness for 5, 10, 15-year time period. And I want to find a credit, I want to find a source of capital that fits within those buckets. Those are easy analysis. If it is a finance for a new project, and in the financial vernacular, project finance is a risky type of a business. So project finance tends to indicate I will build it and they will come. I don't have an existing source of revenue associated with that, but I can demonstrate that I have a pent-up demand for services. You know, but Brian's a great example of that. There is a pent-up demand. There's a need there, and it's going to do two things. Number one, it's going to meet the health needs of tribal members. Number one, and number two, it has a significant probability of being profitable at the same time. Win-win. I have more capital now. I can expand using the capital that I'm generating. So when you're looking at developing those kinds of projects, especially the ones that have risk associated with construction, startup of the business, and then repayment timeframe, those are the ones that require more information. What does your budget look like? Hard costs, soft costs, contingencies. What type of capital availability are you going to access in order to fill that basket? And what kind of cushion do you develop? Now let's take a look at your projections. What are you telling me about once I build this thing? When is it going to start generating revenue? At what point does it break even? And at what point is it accretive to the investment that the tribe is making? And all of that data then determines what appetite a capital provider has. And if the more prepared that capital, the organization seeking capital is, the more prepared they are, the more credibility they have in accessing that capital, the more informed the capital provider can get early on and begin to develop feedback around what it is that they can do. And in some instances, if there's a gap there and says not quite ready, here's the things you need to fill before you can come back and access us for capital.
I think that's great, and I think both of you shared some really great insight into what some opportunities are and how important data is in accessing those opportunities. Can we get into the weeds a little bit? I know, Mike, when you and I spoke, you were comparing but baskets, these financial opportunities, these various financial capital resources that are out there for these builds are like baskets. Each basket has a kind of a material, and then you use that material and you find that place to weave your basket. Do you mind sharing with us? We'll start off with you, and then we'll go through with Ted and then Brian. But do you mind sharing with us what you think when there's a project and a tribal nation's ready to come to the table and start building that financial first layer? What are some of the first things that you are suggestions that you offer to them as lending sources as it relates to building that capital?
Yeah, and that can either be a very simple answer to bring forth or an extremely complicated one. And it really depends on the raw material of information that's available. How much equity is always a starting point. That does a tribe have? And if the answer is I have zero equity, but I can demonstrate a business need and a business repayment source. So those are a little bit more difficult to get done, but they can. And that is where I think the power of capital weaving, again, back to the examples that Ted and CDFIs in general have put together, where we at the financial community can learn how to begin to leverage those resources and the combination of capital accesses at different levels to come together and provide a coordinated source where the risk is spread amongst providers that are accustomed and have an infrastructure built to take on that risk. And intuitively, financial institutions, bank-based financial institutions, are not the best source for higher risk capital access. CDFIs have figured it out. So how can we, in the financial community, where we're not accustomed to taking that kind of a risk, or we don't have the infrastructure built to be routinely reliable as providers of capital, how can we help the CDFI network that has really unlocked the solutions on how to deliver that capital? And I think one way to participate in the Piccolo capital weaving exercise is for us to become a provider, right? A provider to the expertise. So become a warehouse line provider of capital. Financial institutions can say, CDFIs in 2026 received $28 million, I believe, out of a $325 million program that was developed for CDFIs. It's about 8%. They're quickly blowing through that capital because they're deploying it in projects that are viable, ready, and there is a pent-up demand. So as soon as that capital runs out, then the only thing that resource can do is to wait for another allocation, and then begin to build enough critical mass for it to recycling because they're getting repayment. In the meantime, I think regional banks, money center banks, and the philanthropic community can come together and say, let's build a resource that CDFIs can tap into, and they don't have to pause from doing their great work because the raw material has run out until there's another allocation. Let's begin to build, an allocation pipeline that allows this good work to continue. And I think there's a responsible way of doing that. Every major financial institution has a foundation, and the primary purpose of foundations is to give back to the communities that they serve. And what I've said to our company is, when you've said that you want to do business in Indian country, that now is your community. And you have an opportunity and an obligation to live up to your commitments to give back to your communities. And this is a way of doing it. So I think there's the ability for financial institutions to combine as well. So if you have an opportunity that is known to one financial institution, but it's maybe too much capital for them to deploy, develop a partnership with an institution that has a mission-driven focus like you do and has more access to capital. But I think we can slow down to hurry up. We can pause and learn from each other and begin to be more effective and efficient by collaborating. And that's where I think the being able to identify these projects fit, but whatever the definition of fit is, make the fit basket a little bit bigger, and engage with the resources that are already solving that problem, and become another avenue of capital providing to those resources as well, not necessarily to the end client. CDFIs know a lot more about dealing with difficulty than banks ever will figure out, I think.
Ready for me to jump in here?
No, you're good. I couldn't get off mute. I was just going to say we're going to bring the expert who has all the experience from that perspective. Go ahead, help Mike finish his basket.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It's really, again, I'm really excited to see Mike in his role now. He was our banker, my tribe's banker, so I've got to know Mike over the years. He's bringing a perspective into the banking world that's much needed. But one of the things that I would say, if you've got a project and this is bubbling up, of course you want to find out what your current bank says, right? What's your current relationship say about where you're going, what they need. But I'm going to follow that up with a caveat in that don't just stop there. Be willing to kind of go the next step. You're the driver here, and I would not overlook the local native lender. If your tribe has a native CDFI, and they've been doing loans, you think, oh yeah, they've been doing loans of $100,000, $50,000, whatever. One of the things that happened with for instance, I'll go back to this Karen Spring Mill, $70 million project. It was kind of stuck. You've got the banks up here, which they just tend to be more conservative, right? They're regulated institutions. They got to do what they got to do, and they can get so far, they can get so deep, and then you've got some investors down here, and you've got some new markets here, and there's this bridge where nobody wants to touch. What we have found is that native CDFIs, maybe we couldn't pull together the full 70 million, but we were able to pull together with 8 native CDFIs, $9 million that bridged these two baskets of capital and unlocked this magical project that's 65% complete. It's ahead of schedule. They're likely going to pay off. I'm betting 2 years in advance, as Mike mentioned earlier. The best bet in the country, I think, right now, and bet's a bad word, but you know what I mean, is Indian country. They're paying off. And so be willing to look at that local native, give them a shot, give them a chance to come in, and then pick up the phone and call a Mike or a Ted and say, hey, I've got this thing going on in my backyard, like we did at Umatilla with this, and the local native CDFI, he's Ted, I've only got X amount of dollars. I can't hardly touch that. And oh, yeah, you can. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. And then we found the bridge. We found the need. And then what you do is you pick up the phone. We're able to pick up the phone. This were really, I think, one of the places where the banks can come in after the native CDFIs have taken on this risk, which, we shouldn't always be the ones taking the risk, but it's our country, right? It's happening in my backyard. It's a project in my backyard. I'm helping my cousin in Umatilla or at Blackfoot or wherever I'm at. I'm jumping in and I'm unlocking that. That's all. There's some personal stuff in that. We're rebuilding the ancient trade routes using capital. That's all great. But we're absorbing a lot of the risk. We're proving that this can be done. And someday the rest of the world, the rest of the banking, the more conservative industry is going to say, hey, you know what? We want a part of that pie. And that's good for Indian country. But so we absorb the risk. We build that bridge to, this is where I think another place that the more conservative lending institutions can come in, besides the warehouse line. That's a great idea, Mike, is permanent capital. We're looking permanent long-term debt on a finished project. We are more and more getting involved in these construction projects. As Mike mentioned, it's like, that scares people. Oh, there's still hammers and nails, and people can drop a hammer and break a toe, and now stop everything. So, but what happens when the project is completed and native CDFIs, their timeline might not be 10 years, right? Might not be 15 years. They might be more comfortable 3 to 5 years, but they can take the risk to get to that. Who's going to take us out? So we're in a moment of time now where a lot of banks and conservative institutions could be coming to the native CDFI industry saying, hey, we want to be in on those early days so that we are ready to take that thing out the rest of the way. We're ready to take the 9 or 10 million, whatever you're into, and take that out once it's built, once we got a complete building, once you got a behavioral health center going, once you got a flour mill, once you've got a processing facility and they're pumping out goods. Hey, we're going to take this thing out the next 10 to 15 years and put this 200 and how big were you, Mike? 250 billion. I mean, we're ready to put that to work in that sense too. So I hope that answers the question about what can come into the project, what can be layered, and where different people can play. But don't overlook the native CDFIs. They might not have the full 70 million. And, as Mike said, they burn through their treasury dollars fairly every year. And they run it fairly low rates of default, much lower than people would think, because Indian country is pretty solid. And they've got dollars left. I call them sofa cushion dollars. Dollars that they can find in the sofa cushions, pick up the phone and say, hey, you got 500 to put into this? You got 250, you got $1 million? And all of a sudden, yeah, we're working on one right now. It's going to be probably 7 million. And that's on top of the 9. So don't overlook them. Don't overlook them just because they're in your backyard. And I know the old adage in Indian country, I don't think I'm alone in saying this, that the further you are from your own tribal headquarters, the smarter you are. That's unfortunate. Did I just pull the scab off of something here? That's unfortunate. We've got to get past that.
Let me reiterate. Let me reiterate the value of what that flour mill did relative to the economy. So what happened was they had a reliable provider of services, and it bought grains from local farmers, and it burned down. And so the ripple impact that it had was not only on the farmers and the products that they were able to sell to their retailers, it was also an impact on the tribe. The Umatilla tribe, in close proximity to that mill, had a vested interest in its success because they have a significant amount of land that they lease to farmers that farm to supply product to that mill. So when this thing was brought back to life, it had a ripple effect on the entire community, the tribal community, the local farming community, and now there's ownership by the Umatilla tribe that was facilitated by bringing this thing together. Had the CDFIs not come together and put in 7 million collectively where they couldn't do it independently, the probability of this thing coming to life would have been significantly lower than it is. But it's a success story because of that thoughtful process of bringing that capital together. And I think that can be replicated.
No, I think that's a great illustration. The flour mill is a fantastic example how community members rallied, and you've got local lenders who see the value in it and found a way to make it happen. And Brian, in speaking with you in the last year, I've kind of learned the same story for the Pawnee Behavioral Health Center, that's kind of how your capital came together. Very similar to what Ted was explaining, where you kind of needed this little extra piece to kind of bridge things together, and it took some ingenuity from your part. So go ahead and talk about your build and your capital stack that you put together to build the facility.
So at least with our capital stack, being a smaller tribe is like what we wanted to do was trying to offset some of the debt and look at ways that we can, diversify our capital stack and seeing what we can do to leverage many different sources to support a multi-million-dollar project. Pawnee Nation is a smaller tribe. We don't have a lot of the resources like some larger tribes, but we had some uniqueness when it came to property and things like that. So after we finished our HRSA grant and we developed our feasibility study and we showed that, hey, this is, promising that we can provide this type of services. Now, how do we create this capital stack to start the construction of it? So we worked with several different consultants that kind of helped us get in contact. Like Ted mentioned, is like we worked with Native American Bank, that, partnered up with, the Potawatomi tribe CDFI program to help support some of that capital stack with some of the lending that they were, providing. But we wanted to see, while we were working on the bank financing, looking at different federal funding opportunities just to support that additional, let's say, collateral in a way, because, we can't put properties or buildings that are on tribal trust property down as collateral, but how do we offset bringing some of those dollars in, as well as some of the tribal dollars? We do have some, but not a lot. So to give an example, like Pawnee Nation only put $1 million into a $26 million project. So they had little equity in it, but we were able to offset some of that by, capital stacking different resources. When it came to new market tax credits, we had a private equity partner that wanted to come in. We used about $4.2 million in federal funding with the support of EDA, IHS, as well as USDA. And then we had further support through the USDA with their, guaranteed loan program that we were able to tap into, that gave the banks the necessary comfortability in providing this type of, financing by having that loan guaranteed backing. So that was supportive in a way. So we were able to look at different ways to support it through our federal grants, utilize some of that dollars, and then utilize some of our new market tax credits that can go back into our community as we look past the 7-year mark. But only having a tribe at a smaller scale, only putting a minimal amount in, provided a service that's going to be long-term, shows kind of the value, the uniqueness that capital stacking can happen.
We've kind of run out of time a little bit. We're about ready to wrap up, but I do want to give our panelists an opportunity to just kind of say a final couple of words before we close out our data summit today. So Mike, do you have any parting words for us?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that the financial community sees as a significant headwind in doing business in Indian country is the notion of collateral. And over time, I have come to the conclusion that collateral is overrated as a reason not to do something in Indian country. There are so many resources, and the integrity of Indian country is second to none. Financial institutions need to come to realize that some tribes may run into financial difficulty, but they're never going to throw you the keys and say, take it, it's yours. There's a commitment to the quality of life, a commitment to be responsible in the inherent right to self-govern. And in my view, financial independence is one of the core ingredients that's necessary for tribes to do that over multiple cycles and continue to enhance the quality of life for their tribal members. So the more we get financial institutions to understand how that process works, what the safety is like, the more we can accelerate the quality of life in Indian country.
And Brian, I'm going to give you a chance to kind of finish your thought. You did cut out there for a minute, but we're also running a little short on time, so everyone's kind of giving their final comments. So if you want to just finish your thought and then give your parting comments, that would be great.
Yeah, I was just, sorry about that. It's just going back to looking at from a smaller tribe setting is you taking advantage of how capital stack can benefit tribes and utilizing different partnerships. So it's very doable. There's some complexities that come along with it, but the uniqueness of having a supportive team and communication and working with a lot of these CDFI bankings, they can help you walk you through the process that could give you at least an outlet of like where you're trying to go. So usually picking up the phone and making that first phone call is beneficial, but having that data plays a valuable that you can see the sustainability of it, but also you can also see the community impact that it's going to make. So lastly, I would just, looking at ways that, you can diversify your capital stack to offset the debt only provides opportunity for future growth or future expansions outside of just your normal scope, but you can reinvest those dollars, especially the new market tax credits, in other business opportunities or other services in your community. So I'll kind of finish with that. Sorry for jumping off. It just blacked out for a quick second, but happy to answer your questions if it comes along.
Great. Thank you. And no apologies. We've been having a lot of thunderstorms here in Oklahoma, so I guess we're having a second spring. So I understand completely. Ted, do you want to give your final comments?
Sure. Yeah. Let's bring the thunder. You know what? I think things are changing. Times are changing. I've had these conversations now with Mike over the last year or so here, and not just Mike, but others. We're here. I'm hearing the banking industry. They're starting to get a little more. They're jumping off of the conservative scaredy cat bandwagon a little bit more. It needs to happen more often. And I would say if you're in tribal leadership, now is really the time. If I can divert a little bit and throw a little policy in here and say it's time to maybe push the banks farther. Are you willing to work with some of the native lenders? Don't operate in your silos so much. 20 years ago, when I was doing this, the banking system just seemed so siloed to me, and maybe it wasn't as siloed, but it was like you couldn't get inside. Them big silos that the nuclear power plants are built in, those big concretes, like how you could not get in them suckers. Now there's doors, and let's open the door. Let's not make it out of concrete anymore, and push your lenders, push your banking institutions. You as the tribes, you're the driver here. We're the driver. We should be the driver, and let's drive this sucker. And I don't know if that's where I was supposed to go with my closing thing, but like Mike said, we're not going to hand you the key to the car here in Indian Country. I buried my father about a year ago just up the road just a few feet from where Chief Joseph is buried. We're not going anywhere, right? We're not going anywhere. So we're a safe bet, and it's time that we push the education of our major lending institutions to embrace that fact. So I don't know if I did the right thing there, but that's what I got.
Ted, I think you brought the thunder. No, thank you all so much for your comments today. As we wrap up today's panel, we want to thank our speakers for their insights and guidance on navigating the complexity of weaving capital in Indian Country. The strategies and experiences that you've shared here highlight the importance of collaboration and data-driven decisions, making data-driven decisions that you've made while honoring tribal sovereignty. And I think that's the key thing that we need to remember, is that ultimately is what we're wanting to accomplish. Now I turn to Eileen Chernomoff, who serves as a Senior Vice President with the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, leading 3 divisions, including Talent and Engagement and the Learning Management Support Office and Community Development Engagement, which includes the Center for Indian Country Development. She will provide some concluding remarks.
Great. Well, thanks so much for that, Jennifer. And I thought that last panel was really inspiring, a lot of energy. I am the Senior Vice President of Community Development and Engagement, as well as the Center for Indian Country Development here at the Minneapolis Fed. And today has been an incredible day. I want to thank all of our speakers and guests for the insight and expertise that they shared. These are really important conversations. Data impacts every aspect of tribal governance and economic development. It shapes the ability of economic actors in Indian country to be competitive, integrated into local and regional economies, and economic leaders in the United States and around the world. When Casey introduced our event theme this morning, Sovereignty in Numbers, he talked about how data are a fundamental part of how tribes exercise their sovereign decision-making. As we heard today, data questions are playing out in many critical areas of tribal governance and economic decision-making, from taxation to public finance, to investments in Native communities, land management, AI trends, and a variety of other arenas. Lakota Vogel started us off this morning by weaving a weaving metaphor that really resonated throughout all of our conversations today. There's an incredible amount of data and innovation happening in Indian country, and that's in part because leaders are coming together across their institutions and fields to navigate data opportunities and ultimately share solutions. As we take in the day's conversation and return to the data decisions that each of us is making in our own fields, I hope that today's event is a powerful reminder that there is community in this. The pace of technological change right now can create a sense of urgency, and in many ways there is a sense of urgency around making sure we figure out how to steward data as new technologies take hold. But in the panels today, I was reminded that we don't have to figure it out all at once, and sometimes a longer term, more generational view is what's needed to ensure responsibility to community. And it's reassuring to hear about the structures being put in place to take decisions as they come and support each other in this work. There are excellent models of this in Indian country, from tribal IRBs that are vetting decisions about research conducted with tribal citizens, to new roles and task forces that guide the stewardship of tribal data and formation of AI policy. Conversations like we had today also provide resources that can serve as a supportive network and sounding board in data decision making. I hope today's conversation, speakers, and all of our staff at CICD make it feel like a network to you as we navigate decisions in the weeks and months to come. We also designed the data tools on our website, which I know we've talked about a couple of times today, to be supportive resources available to you in your work. They are a great resource if you need a quick data point for a community presentation, a grant application, or want to monitor things like socioeconomic trends in your community over time. You can find these tools on the Data and Resources page on the CICD website. The Survey of Native Nations is another resource available to tribal governments who are working to advance the data they have to inform their decision-making and tell their stories. We're in an exciting period with the survey, with more and more tribes signing on, and that will only strengthen the data insights that we're able to provide to participating tribes. If you've been at events with some of our survey leads, you may have heard them say that if you're interested in learning more about the survey, don't hesitate to reach out. And we're sincere about this. Several of our staff have been traveling across the country in recent months to meet with interested tribal governments. Our team is only an email, a phone call away, or just kind of shout at them at the next conference. They would love to talk to you. Like Lakota said this morning, we care a lot about providing the quality data you need and advancing understanding of tribal economies, and ultimately we can't do it without you. So thank you for being a part of this work. Thank you for participating in today's event, and I'm going to turn it back to Casey to close out our day.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Elaine. And I just want to thank everyone for joining us today and being with us for these important conversations over the past 5 hours or so. And just a huge thank you to all of our speakers and our guests. So many amazing quotes and lines and new perspectives I think were brought to the discussion today. And I think one of Ted's last things that he said is now there are doors, and that analogy of this silo. And I think more and more doors are opening in Indian country, in part because of our responsible and our effective use of data. So I really look forward to seeing how things evolve in our tribal economies in the coming months and the coming years. We look forward to seeing you at events all throughout the course of the summer and the fall. And I really want to invite you all to join, to follow us at the Center for Indian Country Development on LinkedIn, and to subscribe to our email updates to keep up with our latest research publications and event opportunities. In fact, we just surpassed 200 publications and research papers here at the Fed. So if you want to be sort of the first user of some of our publications, please sign up for our research. With that, I want to thank you all again. Lemlems Pesia, and with that, we'll close out the 6th Annual CICD Data Summit.